YouTube should be up too. Alright. Cool. Alright, let me turn on the music. Where is it? Here it is. Right, let's get that playing. Alright, let's get started here. What do I got? Oh wow. Almost stam capped. That's crazy. And then it's like, what? How many more days until the thingy? Okay. Right, grab that. Where's the mail? Okay, we have like, we're almost done with those. Right, we go back here. Let's get our stuff for sticks. Oh, we have something here to click. And then we go over here. Alright, now the base. Alright, we can just do this. Give me all the stuff. Alright, cool. We got 2 of those 8 places. Alright, we got a bunch of these. Alright, let's rebuild this one. That might be a little bit better. Yeah, we'll just shove in these 1 block pieces. Right. Be nice if they would give me a blank one. Rip, not a blank one. Alright, we can do that. So we can put a plus piece there, 2 1 block pieces here, 1 more over there, and then the L piece. Alright, got our stuff there. Except all of these L pieces. These are the thing, we'll just send these ones on. And then we claim these. Alright, cool. Alright, that one's dealt with. Now we have... just claim that. Alright, now we go hot spring. The music might be a bit loud. Okay, where's the thing here? Oh, right here. There we go. That's done with life. What else do I need to do? Okay, so that's what we have this week. Nothing there. Alright, do the quick capture. Alright, gotta do 3 of these. That way I get the EXP there. Alright, Cinder got turned to cinders. I heard something was going on, but I have no clue what the hell is going on. Cause like, I don't pay attention to a lot of things. All I know is there's apparently drama and that's it. Eggman is milking it? Of course he is. But... So when is Eggman gonna go from milking drama to kidnapping alien planets, building Eggman Land, or the space amusement park and everything? When are they gonna do that instead? When is Eggman gonna move on from what he's currently doing and do that stuff instead? Kidnap like you know, kidnap like 5 alien planets, make a giant amusement park in space. He should move on to doing that, you know? Make the Eggman Land he always wanted. And then don't forget kidnapping all the aliens so he can milk them too for energy. Alright, you could probably make a game out of that. You know? You could probably make a game out of that. Alright, I think you could make like a pretty decently liked or respected platform game out of that. Oh, I forgot to claim this. Do I have this? I don't think so, wait. Alright, cool, we got free outfit. Go equip. Let's go, free outfit. I should have claimed that the other day. Alright, and that's the splash art for that. Cool. But yeah, you could make a game out of that. About kidnapping a bunch of alien planets, building an amusement park in space and everything. You could make a game out of that. And don't forget, have the bad guy be Eggman. Again, you could make a game out of that. Oh, we don't have another round yet? Oh yeah, we have this stuff to do. Right, Gigalink here. What do you mean sandbox simulator? I don't think they know how to make one. You know, that would be an improvement if they actually did turn into a sandbox simulator. Currently, they have, like, no game. That would be an improvement. For whatever, for better or for worse. Having an actual sandbox simulator. Like, let's be real. That would be an improvement. That would actually be an improvement. Hi, Grimjaw. The ceiling's up. Alright, we're up here. Oh yeah. Eggman should start making Eggman Land. You know? You should build Eggman Land. It's PGR, but like, eh. Alright, hi shonen manga protagonist. Welcome, welcome. But yeah. What comparison? Just play like actual Devil May Cry. Why play a Pepega Scuff Gacha when you can play the actual game. Wait, don't need that, don't need that. Don't need that. I do need that. Sure, don't need that. I need that. God damn it. Alright, let's see what else can we get. Alright, get our ammo thing refreshed. Yeah, I can't use like a lot of these buffs. Why aren't people getting all the freaking buffs? Whatever. Alright. Right, kill them now. The election's tomorrow. Election day's tomorrow, that's why. We have an erection tomorrow. If you wanna say it in English. That's why. There's an erection tomorrow. That's why. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I'll just use Cirrus and run around. I'll go again. But yeah, there's an erection tomorrow. It's gonna be erection day. I mean, at this point you vote against it rather than thing. Is whatever, man. At the end of the day, I have to vote for the least awful option. That's the reality, right? Alright. That's what we have tomorrow. Erection in progress. You like this sign instead? Do you like those signs? Good sign, right? Erection in progress. We got the erection progress. No, I'm gathered. They're too slow. The fuck? Why did they also gather? They're too slow. Yep. I wonder where the other guy is.
Easy. You can do it.
Right, get that one. Do they not know about buffs they could be grabbing? I wonder if they know. Oh, I'll get the last buff here. For myself. But yeah. No, they don't need to collect the balls, they just need to use the balls. They don't need to collect the balls. I'm talking about get the buffs for themselves. I collect the balls for them, they can use them. They're not using them. That's why I'm like, why aren't they using the balls I'm collecting? They can use them. At this point, I feel like I'm just gonna have to heal it up. Instead, if they're not gonna, like, actually use the shit. Let the base take damage and then I heal it back up. I feel like. Right. It's just like, I don't need them to collect the balls, only I can collect them anyways. They don't need to collect them.
Easy, easy. You can do it. Oh, it's fine. I have more. Toast kudasai.
No ball respawn? Yeah, they didn't grab any of those buffs. Don't know why.
Oh, it's fine. I have more.
We would have lost if I didn't use the points to heal. Because they didn't bother getting their own stuff to boost them. But whatever. I mean, it's just the normal mode, the easy mode.
私は私だよ。
What the hell did I do damage to? What the hell did I even do damage to? Either way, got that done. That's the final reward there. Alright, gotta claim all these. Alright, that's defense line 0 done. Right, because there's also the weekly there too. Got that done. Oh, here we have this thing again. Oh, you can buy the skills for them now? There's background play? Interesting. Wait, can I equip the things? Where's the button to, like, equip them? Did they get rid of that? I see. We'll do it slowly. I'm only gonna do it enough to, like, meet my quota. For the stream quota. So we'll probably only do one round or two. Oh, there's a 3x speed mode. Okay. let's see. The added buffs increased her damage too. Okay. Alright then. Now we got AoE there. Now we just AFK. This one. There we go. Easy. Surely with enough buffs it's more impactful. But yeah, you can go through them a bit faster now. Honestly, I should like just hoard the content. Because I need to do like 20 days in total. I need something to pad it out. I swear, the fucking thing where they change the requirements. Like, I need to pad it out somehow. But like, yeah. If it wasn't like that 20 fixed requirement, it'd be a lot easier. I would like actually do longer shit in one sitting. But now it's like, nah, I gotta pad everything out. Gotta go through things ever so slowly. Pad it all out. And not rush it all at once. They want quantity instead of quality. Alright, let's do hide and seek. We'll do one round. We gotta like really drag everything out, you know? We gotta drag it all out. Alright. Oh wait, no watermelon? I'll just chill over here. I think I'm like just stuck here. Time to read the story. Oh yeah, that too. Yeah, you gotta do it in short bursts, you know? Multiple short 30-minute bursts. You gotta do it in short 30-minute bursts multiple times. 30-minute perfect game mode. I mean, you could do a paradoxical labyrinth run, I guess. Oh no, now the color changed. No, we got a sus looking one. There we go, fixed it. Yeah, I'm not gonna get caught. My secret spot works. My special hiding spot works. Right, my special hiding spot, it works. It does the job. There we go, see? It does the job. Oh, let me just double check something. Oh yeah. Oh boy. Let's see what's going on here. Wait. But yeah, like, I'll show you what I mean. Alright, here's like how the thing works. Oh yeah, there's an erection tomorrow. That's probably why you saw Canada trending. Yeah, so here's what it is. Abyssal update thing. I'm under live stream category. Here we are. 2 hours to get that. Tier 2, 3 valid days, so you need to do 3 different days. To get, with over 6 hours, yep. To get this shit on top of that stuff. This part here. 20 valid days. With live stream over 40 hours. The 40 hours is the easy part. But it needs to be 20 different days. That's the harder part. Right? And then to get this thing. Because, like, I do YouTube and Twitch, so, like, I only need to do half this number. The problem is, like, this part. So, like, 20, 30-minute long ones, technically, is the way to go. Alright? Not 20, 30-minute long. 21 hour long, because then that gets doubled to 40 hours. But, like, I already have some things, like, banked up, where, like, I got more than the hour thing already. Kinda. So I just need the things to be valid. So we're doing it this way. This is how we're doing it. But yeah. Like, that's basically... that's basically why. For it to be valid. What's the valid... Where did it say it was valid again? I think, yeah, maybe... If I search 30... I'll probably find it. Yeah, it's... weird. Yeah, here we go. Submission requirement here. Live stream category requires a valid duration of 30 minutes. Oh, I'm gonna just manually add that stuff later in there. I can just manually add in hashtag snowbreak later. For it to count. That's a new one. Like, you have to manually put in a hashtag snowbreak somewhere. Like, I'm just gonna have to go through each one of them at the end and manually add in hashtag snowbreak. And then I can submit the thing. Because I can still change the title after the fact. But yeah, that's basically where we're at with that. Anyway, we're done with snowbreak. Right? We have to, like, actually just slowly pad it out. Alright, it is what it is. This is basically how I'm getting around it. Like, I don't know how else I'm supposed to do, like, hit those requirements, man. How else am I supposed to do it? How else? Alright, like, how else am I gonna do it? When, like, those are the requirements. Oh yeah, the voices are still in Chinese. I'll change that later. Because the test server. Alright, like, I gotta do it somehow. And if that's gonna be the way to do it, so be it. Right, if that's how it's gonna be. Yeah, like a scuffed playthrough now. I mean, what else am I gonna do, man? If I have to do it that way, I'll have to do it that way. It's their rules, you know? So, you know, if that's the rules, I gotta follow it that way. Changing to a quota system like that is just really dumb. That's why, like, trying to meet quotas is stupid. Like, that's the thing. It's why, like, designing things around quotas are stupid. Because you end up having to do this shit. Right? Like, I'd rather do nicer, longer, like, sessions where I can actually get into things. But, like, if I have to meet quotas, I can't do that. 30 minutes per video, what the fuck? That is, like, so Pepega. Don't you get, like, whiplash or something from that? Hi, Derico. Welcome, welcome. I'm loading up the cloud version so I can log into my alt. But for some reason it needs to install the freaking patch. Don't know why. But it does, so we gotta wait for that. Don't know what the hell it's patching, but it's patching something. But yeah, like, meeting these stupid quotas is stupid. Hi, Byaku. Welcome, welcome. Right, meeting quotas is just dumb. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised if you just cut it off like that, like, constantly. Quotas are dumb. Yeah, we were just talking about, like, the weird Pepega, like, snowbreak streaming stuff. They're like quotas I have to meet to get everything. So it's like, well, I guess I can't do everything all at once and actually go through things nicely. I gotta break them up into smaller 30-minute sections. Just so I can meet the quota later. And they have to be on different days. That's the other thing. They can't all be on, like, they can't even be on the same stream or whatever. They have to be on different days. Because they made the thing that way. I mean, I stream on YouTube too. I mean, at least because I stream on YouTube and Twitch at the same time, I can do funny thing where it's like, okay, I do it one thing, but because I'm doing it to both places, it counts as 2 things. It counts as 2, even though I only did 1. So whatever time I get, I actually double it. So if my quota is, you know, the quota is 40 hours, I only need to do 20. Because the 20 becomes 40. Because both YouTube and Twitch count. It's big brain. But yeah. Oh, this is Pepega. They're using GeForce to record. They actually use GeForce Experience to record. They actually use GeForce Experience to record. Wait, they actually give you full flame comp in trial. The fuck? They actually give full flame comp? What the fuck? No matrices. Wait, no, they let me use my matrices, but like... Why Discord, man? Like, you click here, like, you can actually... See, it's fucking GeForce Experience recording. Oh, true. Add in kick for triple. Big brain. Big brain. They still have to be on different days. They count based on start time. So, like, you know. You see how I'm gaming the system right now. It is dumb, though. But, like, that's how they made it, you know? They made it that way. But yeah, ToF is playable on Linux right now, but... I'm waiting to see if I can get a response to confirm if it's allowed or not. Because it works on Linux. So I'm like, you know what? I'ma ask to see. Oh, you guys want to see a funny spam email? That's probably a big scam. You guys want to see one? I can pull it up later. I think you guys would like to see one. You guys want to see one? Here, let me get the email up. Okay. Let me just load it up. Okay. Here you guys go, look. Give it a nice look. That's obviously fake. You can obviously tell that's fake. It's pretty easy to tell that's fake. I think that's like the 8th or 9th time I've gotten something like that. I don't remember what was the other, like, video editing software, like fake video editing software that, like, doesn't exist, that I was sent before as well, multiple times. But, like, you can obviously tell this is a fake scam. Look at the email here. Proposal at TurnerRagGear.shop. What the fuck is that? What does this have to do with Power Director? Right, like, this? But then the main right there, it's like, what the fuck is this mismatch? You look at Power Director, you look it up. I don't even, like, it's like, what the fuck is Power Director? It's... It's this AI video editing app on the App Store, right? This is like from the Cyberlink thing, right? Cool. You can find that there. But you will probably see it coming from Cyberlink would be the domain. Not whatever the fuck is turnaregear.shop. Right? Not this. Alright, it's like, okay, you got this part, sure. But then you fucked up this part right there. Like, they fucked up right there. Let's see. If I hit the partner with Power Director, that company, they've been around for a long ass time. They don't do this shit. If you were wondering, they don't do this shit. So like, you know, also, I'm probably like not the type of person that would be showing this shit on stream anyways. So like, that's another red flag there. The fee sounds about like what is like what you would expect from like my size, whatever. What we'd expect to get something like this much. So like, that part doesn't look fake, but like that's just to like trip everything else over. But yeah. And then you can probably try to look up the name. That's the other thing. Okay, who's Sophia Bryant? Yeah, this film actress. This Finnish film actress. Alright, who's 25 years old. Definitely involved in a video editing software. Alright, that's the other red flag right there. It appears official, but like you can easily tell if you read carefully. But they're banking on a lot of people being super pepega and not paying attention. I get those all the fucking time, man. Sometimes it's that, sometimes it's some other thing. But like, a video editing one like those, I've gotten them so many times. I think that's like the 10th time or something at least. Before they would use a different fake, video editing software one. But I'm like, wait, where have I heard about this software before? It's like, yeah, why the hell would they work here? It makes no sense. They also, like, wouldn't be doing those campaigns anyways. It's an old-ass, like, software thing. I have no idea how their shit works these days. I just remember hearing about them, like, 20 years ago. Because, like, that company as well, what they would typically do is, like, remember how I make the joke about the Best Buy special? You know, like, the bloatware crap you would get from your Best Buy, your random Best Buy computer? Especially back in, like, the Windows XP days. That company's software, they were well into the whole Best Buy special situation. So anyone who's used a computer from that era, or at least like seen a thing like pre-installed or whatever from that era, they've probably seen that company name before or that software name before. Very likely, because like it wasn't uncommon back then. You know, they were in like they were with the other things in the Best Buy special, like your Norton or your McAfee or whatever. And then whatever other bloatware, whatever like Wild Tangent game launcher installer for a lot of the crappy like shovelware game stuff as well. They were also part of that group too. They would like, you know, that would be like automatically installed. Some of them they even like rebranded it depending on where you got the computer from. Like the Wild Tangent launcher, I think on HP for example, they branded it as My HP Games. I remember seeing that shit all the time back then. It's like, why would they go here of all places and stuff? Though I do get like other things for like various different indie games or whatever from time to time. But like a lot of them, it's like I give them a look, and it's like nah, and then I just ignore them. But yeah. It is what it is, though. Oh, is there another WL6 around? I need another WL6. Oh, I'll go over here. In like 2 weeks, we won't be doing these in the network anymore. But you know, there's a lot of dumb fucked up shit in the world. And like, there's a lot of people out there that are dumb enough to like fall for those things. But hey, we also live in a world where every fucking company making appliances, they want you to connect your shit to the internet. You know, I bet it's gonna happen one of these days, actually, speaking of. You know, like, prosthetics and stuff, right? I can imagine one of these days, because, like, I remember that, like, not too long ago, my recommendation on feed on YouTube, there was, like, an MKBHD video on some, arm prosthetic, that can connect to your phone or whatever. So, like, they have, like, you know, hand functionality and stuff. You can grab, open, and close your hands or whatever. What I'm imagining is one of these days, we'll have that shit for people's legs, and one day, we're gonna have a malfunction. Someone, let's say they're at, like, some park or something, and, you know, like, with family or friends or whatever, right? They have their prosthetic leg, because they'd have to support, you know, the weight of a living person and stuff like that. Let's say it's an adult or whatever, a larger adult. I don't know, let's say it's like a tall adult male or something who is paralyzed. We'll use it for this example. Let's just say, like, so, like, they're big, right? And then they have their prosthetic legs or whatever. Let's say they're at the park. I don't know. Let's say they're with their family chilling on the American side park of Niagara Falls. Right? Because the American side, it's just a fucking park there. It's not like the Canadian side where they have, like, casinos and all this other crazy shit there. I don't know why. If you've ever been to that area, the Canadian side versus the American side, huge contrasting difference, but that's besides the point. What I'm talking about here, though, is, so we set this up, right? They're playing with their family, they're hanging out, you know, they're having the thing. Maybe it's like 4th of July, they're celebrating there, of all places. I know, it does look nice, if you've ever seen the thing, right? Anyways, imagine one day, while all that stuff is going on, it is where it gets very morbid, okay? The legs, the prosthetic legs that are internet connected, you know, connecting to the cloud, right? They malfunction. And they're given weird directions where they have the guy that's wearing them, you know, run off the cliff and fall to their death. And you have the family members trying to stop the guy from doing it. But because the prosthetic legs have to be strong enough to support a living person, and in this hypothetical situation, they're gonna be like a large adult male, right? Let's just say that. And at the same time, while it's like going crazy, it kicks off the family members, knocks them out, as it freaking gets the guy to just walk off the cliff. I can imagine that happening one day. But that's the world we live in, where everything has to be connected to the internet, you know? It's like, why? Why the fuck would that need to be connected to the internet? But I can imagine that happening one day. Or I can imagine someone grabbing the prosthetic arm thing, right? Because they lost their arm or whatever. And one day it malfunctions, right? And the guy just chokes themselves to death with their prosthetic arm. It just malfunctions. Let's say it was trying to grab a glass of water or something, but instead it grabs someone's neck or their own neck, and it tries to grip onto it, and they get choked to death. And let's just say they're built so strong that even if you have people around them, they can't take it off of them. I can just imagine that stuff happening one day. Right? It doesn't sound great. But it's like, why the fuck does that shit have to be connected to the internet? You know? It reminds me of this game I played as a kid. It was this Mega Man spin-off game. I played it on the Game Boy, and guess what happened at the beginning of the game? Guess what happens? Here's a hint. A lot of electrical appliances are connected to the internet, and what can happen with kitchen appliances connected to the internet? What kind of kitchen appliances can people have in their homes? And you can imagine what happens at the very beginning of the game. You can imagine. Yup. You got viruses attacking shit or whatever, and what's gonna happen? Right? I Coolio Warrior. Doing fine. But yeah, what's gonna happen, you know? Why you need your microwave? Why you need your toaster? Why you need your oven connected to the internet? Yeah? Glad you like how my model looks, but yeah. You can just imagine. And like, here's the thing, right? That game that had that at the very beginning, a very old game, and the entire game is like based around all sort of things like that, and destroying like these virtual viruses or whatever. Right? When the game come out? 2001. 2001. Right? The game came out 24 years ago. Right? It was a Game Boy game 24 years ago, predicting all this shit being connected to the internet. And it showed various things that could happen and the consequences. Yeah, old game. It was a pretty cool and unique type of game for what it was at the time. It's a cool little game, though the first one's a bit scuffed. Oh yeah. Oh, and if that wasn't enough of a warning, they even made an anime out of it. That game got an anime adaptation. I remember seeing this too on Fox as a kid on TV. Mega Man NT Warrior. They had an anime out of it too. And guess what happens as well within the first episode? The first episode, I still remember it to this day. You have some crazy dude going around hacking into people's fucking ovens, and everyone's house goes on lights on fire. And everyone's house is burning down in some neighborhood. Because some guy, I think his name was Mr. Match, I think it was. He was hacking into everyone's fucking ovens. You know, he just plugs into the internet somewhere. He hacks into everyone's ovens and suddenly turns them on and everything, and everyone's house is on fire. I think it was the first episode or something. But again, it's the very beginning of the game. That type of shit happened. Right? It's why the fuck are we connecting all this shit to the internet when they don't need to be? Why the fuck we doing it? Right? It's why? Expose ourselves to all these, you know, all of these, things, these backdoors and problems. But again, that's the world we live in. It's so dumb, but like that's reality. I left enough of an impression when I was a kid that I was like, yeah, don't want this shit plugged in there. I remember when I was watching it, I was probably like 6 or 7 years old or something at the time. This was years later when they aired it on like, when they were like doing reruns when I actually saw it. Cause like when the thing was first airing, I wouldn't fucking know, I was still a fucking baby. But like, you know, this is like years later. But yeah. I still remember it to this day, cause it's like, damn. I mean, there's like other things that happen, other points in there too. But like, it's like, don't connect this shit there. You don't want this shit connected there. It's so dumb. Give me back the dumb appliances. They're a lot smarter. But it is what it is, you know? Yeah, very much nostalgic. It was ahead of its time. It was ahead of its time, you know? It was ahead of its time. Oh wait, we're on the wrong element. Well, this thing is still dying very quickly. But yeah, like, it was ahead of its time. Even like the other stuff in there, the actual game series itself was just ahead of its time. Cause like, it had like a really cool and unique premise type thing going around it. Like, I'm just surprised no one has bothered to like take a lot of the mechanics from that stuff and like turn it into an actual like and modernize it into like an actual game these days. No one has really tried. I guess there's like One Step from Eden, if you've ever heard of that indie game, but like it's not quite the same. Because it is like an interesting concept and stuff in theory. Mega Man live action movie? Oh, there's a fan film of that. Someone made a fan film of like a Mega Man, like a live action Mega Man fan film like 10 years ago. I remember watching it. It was something. It was loosely based off of Mega Man 1, the NES game. Loosely based off of it. It had all kinds of stuff in it, cause like, yeah, fan project or whatever, but it's something you can probably look up. I don't know if you can still find it these days. I remember like watching it, I think it was like 10 years ago or something. It was a long time ago. But yeah, like, it's something. Yeah, like the visual effects and everything, pretty scuffed, but you know, fan film with like no budget. What you expect, right? So you could probably still have some fun with it, maybe. Right, you can just look it up, like Mega Man fan film. I mean, there's like some cool like indie, like small short film things. Like if you're ever bored one of these days and want to watch something like fun or interesting for like to waste your time, a good one is like Kung Fury. You can like find it on YouTube. I think it's like half an hour long or something. I think it's either half an hour or an hour long. It's just like, it's a fun little shitpost type movie. And it's called Kung Fury. But yeah. Yes, it is. It's the one with the mecha kung fu fighting out Hitler. It is that one. It's a fun one. It's like so random and shit. But like, it was fun. It was fun to watch for what it is. Just turn off your brain. Right, you just turn off your brain while watching it, and you just have fun with that. Right, you just watch it and you turn off your brain. You have a good time. Yeah, it's a good one. Obviously, though, I won't show it on stream. But, like, yeah. It's a fun time. There's, like, so much, like, just random freaking killing and shit in there, too. You got, like, living fucking vending machine just randomly killing people. Like, the opening scene to that is just, like, it's just random people killing people after killing people. For the, like, just the pure funny spectacle of it. But yeah. Hi, Tara. Welcome, welcome. Alright, we'll just kill a bunch of these. Alright, gotta slowly spend the stuff. We'll be farming more mecha tomorrow, though. I don't know. Okay, what else is here? Do we have more ground controller? Yes, we do. Let's go kill another one. Killing ground controller after ground controller. Alright, let's get loaded in. I really wish ground controller wasn't moving away so much. It's just like moving away from all my shit. Right, we'll go to another ground controller. kill these ones. There we go, it's dead. Oh yeah, there's people doing final trial and stuff. Wait, why the hell does it like say the wrong suppressor value for my ult? That is so weird. It's giving my ult the wrong suppressor value. Yeah, my ult is suppressor 11.4. Soon to be 11.5. Soon. Oh shit, thank god I just checked, remembered to check the shop. I forgot to buy this shit on my ult. I forgot to check. Good thing I checked it now. Let me check here. Yeah, it's funny how that thing is not tracked properly. Oh, wait, we can do 8 pulls here. 1, 2. Can we get Fesa? 3. Because it's better to try and dump these now. Because in the next patch, Ling Han's gonna get added. Which is gonna make it even harder to get. Right, 4 more. 1, 2, 3. Right, 1 more. Nope, that's a useless Shocky. RIP. Useless Shocky. Right. No Fesa. Unfortunate. I'll leave my vitality there. Like that. Wait, how many data sources do I have? I want to at least have enough to, like, dump them on the thing. When we get the reset. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oh yeah, what was I sent to look at? I was probably sent a bunch of stuff. Oh yeah, what do the new Nikki outfits look like? I haven't seen the new stuff yet. It is nice that the like ground controller dies pretty quickly at least. Oh, they're already killing it. Fine, I'll let them do the work. It shouldn't take them too long. How is it not dead yet? Don't they just one cycle it? There we go. Alright, let's go to the next channel then. Alright, let them kill it. We're just watching the guy kill it. Need some enhancement shuttle IRL. Oh boy. Oh boy. Enhancement shots. Ah, it's dead. Never mind, it's dead. Okay, we at least spent some more keys. Slowly. You know. Slowly spent some more keys, got some more currency stuff. Whatever. Oh yeah, I didn't remember if I checked or not. Did I get the thing from beast trapping? Okay, I did. I'm gonna have to like farm the beast taming stuff again for points. I'm gonna have to do that when the season starts up again. I'm like low on thing there. We'll farm the event shit later. Let's just do some reacts now before we end off. Because it's not like there's anything else we need to do right now. Right. Not like there's anything else. Okay. What was I sent? What's this? People talking about the new outfit stuff there, I guess. New whim vehicle. You can get another new mount thing. And there's a bunch of other shit. Okay, wait, I need to use the washroom. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. chasing us. Yeah, so there's a reason why this got.
Depending on how it's set up, the more input you can send to the game in a second. Right? So that's the benefit of that. That's really cool. Also the forest areas where it would actually cause like superpower to lag out. YouTube for some reason was rendering stuff like doing objects that was like that even if you couldn't see them and the game was pre-rendering them for some reason and it was just stealing resources away from the graphics card. Right? So you gotta keep in mind that sometimes it might not like you basically think of it like you're running two games at once if you're playing on the same machine. Like you're playing and streaming. Yeah. Yeah, cause like yeah. Oh yeah, I did. Okay, let's go through here. Go in there, like they'll automatically max your shit. Right. Okay, we need to like, I need to make like an actual speedrun timer. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna turn off the music because they're gonna make things really relaxed. Right, I'm gonna make a speedrun video and get uploaded to YouTube right after. Or like maybe tomorrow or something. Here, I'm gonna double check before this is last time I log in.
collecting all the bones. We gotta collect all of the bones. Yeah, collection of names and prediction. What the hell? Did you see looking at this glitch? What is this? Okay, that needs to be clipped. What is this? It's just skip. I'm gonna just trigger the glitch. Where is it? Did someone just leave the team? Look at these hardworking intermittent, these bots, they're moving around. Yeah, this is the one with the flower. This one has the flower. Look at that. You got the flower. See? And it crashes again. The fuck? Why are you saying leave Snowflake or else? What the fuck was up with that guy? What's wrong? Why? Zongli wants to keep his Dongli. He wants to hide his Dongli from you guys or something? I mean, or else was referring to the government, but it's a funny sentence. Yeah, like what? I got him. Just get the light again. If you get a red circle, don't drop it in the corner. Got it. Just don't drop it in the corner. Okay, I'm back. I just realized the freaking OBS has been broken. I fixed it. Where it's outputting the thing. Okay. Anyways. Yeah, we're gonna just do the React stuff. Alright, we'll just do a couple of them. Wait, why was I pinged on Discord? Oh, so I was just asking about something else. Okay. Alright, stuff to react to. The apology was not accepted. What the fuck is this? Tectone farming drama. Oh boy. Something about documents are sent here. What the fuck is going on? What the fuck? Okay. Yeah. Honestly, like lately I've just been going to the washroom more than thing. It's probably because I've been eating less meat and more of like other shit. And then it's like the thing is it's like when I like actually just when I have to like release it, you know, take a dump. It's just like coming out like it's water. And it's just like the fuck? Like it feels like it's like a waterfall coming out. Yeah. I don't know what the hell they're doing, man. They're just Pepega. Alright, where do we start? Why isn't Tectone that was sent? Do they have information from someone else that isn't Tectone? I'd rather look at it from someone that isn't Tectone, man. You know, we'll go look it up, but not from Tectone. Let's see if like someone's like summarized it elsewhere. Oh no, it's the Tectone clown stuff too. Fuck. Is there one that's like not from them instead? I don't want to see it from Tectone and Friends. I'd rather not look at it from there. What's this about a graduation talk? What the fuck? I'd rather not see it from the Tectone crowd. I'd rather not. Like, I'd rather not see it from those, from that crowd. Cause, like, it's just... Okay, you know what? This one's probably better to look at, this person. Because they got a check mark. So no way they're part of the Tectone crowd. No way. No way they're part of that.
Okay, let me read it.
No, it's just, I don't want to fucking deal with them, man. Yeah, I already heard about that. We heard about that like a week ago, right? Last week.
There's nothing I could say to make this better, but I will try my best to probably convey my feelings, frustration, and mistakes.
Okay.
I'd like to explain my point of view and apologize to each party.
Again, I don't know what the fuck is going on. There's an apology here. But, like, is there more context? Who's Paper Bag Boy? We're just gonna look at their channel first. Is this really their entire channel? Okay, you know what? Maybe not that guy. We're just gonna, like, briefly scan their channel first. We'll see that one, I guess. That's not in English. Okay, that one probably safe. What's their channel? Okay, this is probably safe. Look here.
Honestly, when I...
Alright, we'll save that one. We'll save that one. Yeah, well, we'll open this one, because they look like they're safe. Is this one safe? I think this one might be safe. View count probably can help a little bit with that. Because, like, I'm not gonna go watch anything from the fucking Tectone crew.
I'm the...
Let's look them up. One sec. Like, we're not gonna look at from the Tectone crew. We're gonna avoid them. Just so they don't get a view. Let's see. I guess this one is just a clipper channel that grabs various clips from different people. We can figure out there, because, like, I don't pay attention to whatever the fuck goes on. I have no clue. Like, I don't pay attention to shit, man. Alright, let's see. Where do we start? Maybe we start here? We'll start here first.
I first started getting into streaming, it took me a long time to get used to sitting through hours of streams. Don't you think, like, the attention span of old YouTube was like 10-minute videos at a time? Like, that was kind of the norm, right? That was best for the algorithm. It's just uploading 10-minute videos, and then Let's Plays would have like 150 parts to it.
Yep.
You know, me not really being interested in live streaming before learning what VTubers were, I wasn't sure. Because it's like, well, can I be a streamer if I don't watch live streams? And so the way that I learned how to grow as a streamer was, unfortunately, okay, this is something you have to do if you want to learn how to improve your content. You have to go back and watch your own VODs. The whole thing. You will cringe. You will probably hate yourself, but you will not know what to work on. Because if you yourself are not entertained, then how are you going to entertain somebody else?
Okay, yeah.
And while you're watching yourself, you think of something else that you could have said that would have been better, that would have been funnier, right? It is tough. It was really hard for me to just listen to my old ASMR audios. That was a nightmare for me. You're my good boy. So yeah, it's very important to watch that back. And then, like I said, I mostly watched a lot of Gura. I remember I started watching her back when she was playing lots of Minecraft. Sad she's leaving. Like any person that moves on from their current activities, they are not gone forever. It's okay to be sad. I don't know what it's like. I don't really have the experience to compare agency to indie, but nowadays, there are so many resources for indie VTubers to thrive and be happy, you know, all on their own. Do they have to work a little harder to figure out all the stuff themselves instead of having like a team to help them out, sure. But it's all hard work anyway. I think she should rest first too. Oh, but she hasn't streamed in so long. Shut up. It just goes to show how much of a mental toll certain things
It doesn't matter if it's 10 minutes or 10 hours, Tara. It
can
doesn't.
take on people. If anybody is kind of having a hard time with the amount of workload and the pressure and the stress, you're technically still a part of the group. So you always have that looming over you. It doesn't matter how much time you take off, it's still gonna be looming over you. You're still gonna be having self-doubts. You're still gonna be thinking about it, and you're still gonna be stressing yourself out. That's not taking a break. She needs a real ass break, and y'all should just give her the peace and let her sleep for a bit. Anybody who decides to leave their VTubing life, will they be reincarnated? Will they not? It's up to them. Either way, we are not to speculate because it is their lives. You know, of course people are gonna be sad. It's like when the main character of an anime changes, right? It's like when they got rid of Ash. Let Ash rest! He's been 10 his whole fucking life. I feel like the average content creator lifespan, it's like unofficially dubbed.
Alright, here you go. Like, here, Tara, look. This is what you get from almost 40k views, okay? On a 30-minute long video. I think it was 30 minutes long. But like, that's basically what happens, okay? That's basically what happens. This is basically what happened. Right? Basically, what? $1 per 1,000? A little bit more than $1 per 1,000 views? That's basically what goes on here. About $1 per 1,000 views. Maybe. Yeah. It depends. But yeah. It depends, you know? But like, yeah, this is basically the thing. This is one of mine. From something. But yeah. That's kind of what goes on there. I have to fill that up later.
10 years. Okay, technically it's almost been 3 years as a VTuber, but it has already been 5 years as a content creator, so TikTok. I'm just kidding. I don't see myself going anywhere anytime soon. Don't worry, calm down. There's still so much I want to do. Gonna see a drawing with me looking off into the distance
Let's see
with a white
the
background.
comments here.
No, it's gonna be me
For
smiling with tears in my
being
eyes,
such a
like
fine
happy
wine
crying,
this
holding a
aged so
bouquet of
quickly.
flowers and a
Damn.
white dress with the blue sky behind me.
Okay.
So oddly
The
specific.
comments here. This is
Did you
not
say
a
I've already
coincidence.
commissioned? I'm just-
She saw the scandal coming.
I'm sorry.
The time
Okay, you guys, come here.
Oh
Come close.
boy. The
I'm gonna be
comments are
so real with you
something.
right now.
This did not age well.
I have things being planned that
That's
will likely
foreshadowing,
take up
by
the
the way.
entirety
Oh
of
boy.
2026, and it's just gonna keep snowballing and getting bigger and bigger and crazier and crazier. Okay. Come on.
Until
One of my
the dogs
goals in
came
life is
out.
to
Okay.
voice act an NPC in One Piece. It can be anybody. I just want to be in it before it ends. That's my make-a-wish.
I mean, that's like what? Like what? Again, like, you saw the things there, right? It's like $1 per 1,000 views. A little bit over $1 per 1,000 views. Yeah, it's like what? You need like 20 views for like a cent. Basically. Kinda. Alright.
We're disappointed about? Okay, I don't know how
All
many
right,
of
what's
you are
this?
Twitter users. Someone got called out on Twitter again.
Oh
It's
boy.
another round, but it's someone who has not been called out before. What a stink, dude! What a stink that made. I was just scrolling and trying to hang out, and I was like, oh man. So I wanted to say a few things and give some advice related. I would like to start with, you know, I have my friends and I love my friends. There are lots of people that I interact with where, you know, to be nice and keep up appearances, whatever, and keep the world chill, I interact normally with them. I interact totally normally with them, and it's totally fine if they haven't like slighted me or done something directly crazy to someone I know that if I'm not aware of this stuff, whatever, I hang out. Keep it cordial with everyone, that's always fine. But sometimes people do things and there might be some behaviors that you think are a little weird and you're like, ooh, what is that? Trust your gut is what I'll say. That's number one. Number two, when someone does something, you hear a lot of this stuff behind the scenes, and you become aware of things that people have done.
I don't know, man.
said,
I
or
don't pay
whatever, because
attention.
People say, oh, this person said this person
I don't
said
watch
that.
a lot
If
of
you're
things,
a creator,
man.
you hear a lot more of this than will ever really reach the public, because a lot of people like to keep things, you know, again, status quo. I personally, if they didn't say it directly to me, if I don't have a screenshot of them saying it, it's not about me, whatever, I'm not going to go public with anything, right? I'm just like, yeah, whatever. But you hear a lot of things. It's okay to be skeptical and to keep interacting with people, because you don't know if this is hearsay or whatever. And then sometimes if it is about you and you do get proof and you want to talk about it, like, people can talk about things, that's fine. But yeah, there are a lot of folks that I'm very aware of that do things like this, or that are like this. This is not just one person. This is a lot of people. And I would like to say something, because I know right now a lot of people are going to take the opportunity to go ahead and bash and be crazy about it. So far, people have been really nice about it, of just plainly explaining their disappointment, which is okay. A lot more people are like this. And I want to say, while it's unacceptable to act certain ways toward others, a lot of this comes from a very real place, okay? So when people are being mean to others, being competitive in a way that is now too much, there's no good competitive and bad competitive, right? A lot of this comes from a very real place. So I want to just explain something about this industry. In general, you are, as a creator, quantified. Everything you do has a number next to it, has multiple numbers next to it. Every little thing you do. People choose to do things with other people based off of those numbers often. There are times where that makes sense, times where it doesn't make sense, right? This is something that always happens. And due to the nature of this whole creator industry and how this all works, again, with everything being quantified in all these different ways, what happens is it's in your best interest to do certain things based off of those numbers. Again, there are times where that makes sense to do, and other times where it really doesn't. You have to pick and choose, and you have to look at, where is this like the right choice for me versus where is this at someone else's expense or something like that, right? I think it is okay to do what's in your best interest. You just have to be upfront about that, and you have to not step on anyone else to do that. Okay. My friends do what is right for them, and I cheer for them. That is how it goes. But there are times where I see someone do something and it is directly at someone else's expense, and I don't like that. That being said, it comes from a place where they're just trying to push themselves forward. And while I don't agree with how people do things, I don't want people bashing on others for just wanting to succeed. It's okay to be like, this specific behavior, this way you went about this is bad. But wanting to succeed, there's nothing wrong with that. So I want to make sure when people are like speaking about situations and they don't like certain things, let's not turn this into creators should just do what they love and all be friends and everything should be perfect and you shouldn't care about your business. Because you should. But again, really matters how you do that. Really matters how you do that. And there's no reason at all to not be upfront about everything. If I wanted to go to my model artist and have her be exclusive with me, I would just talk to her about it. And I would say, hey, you know, this really does add a lot of value to my brand. It really does help with recognizability and everything if you work for me specifically. Would you be open to exclusivity? There are people who do this. Every cartoon has this, like in outside of VTubing and in the general world when it comes to art. There's a lot of exclusivity between certain artists working with certain brands and not working with others. Okay, there always is. This has always been a thing. There are people who make cartoons and you recognize like, oh, that's the SpongeBob artist. The SpongeBob artist doesn't do 10 other cartoons at the same time. No, they sign an exclusivity deal to do just SpongeBob because they get paid fairly for it. They're approached normally about it and they want to do it. That can be done. That can be done, absolutely. Nothing wrong with that. If you talk to them just as a friend and you say, hey, I'd really like if you prioritize me just cause it does help me. And they want to say, okay, they can say, okay, but the ball is in their court. That is completely the artist's decision, okay? You either have to offer them something that makes sense for them or not, or nothing, right?
Okay.
That's all. That's how that works. You go to an artist, you say, I like working with you. I would love to have your art style be related to me more than others because it really does help me. Because that's okay to say, like, this helps my brand because that is a fact, it does.
Sure.
But it's the artist's choice. They could be like, I love working with you, also work with you, but I want to work with everyone else equally. I don't want to prioritize you. I have some people that will say, I will prioritize you. I'm not going to not work with other people, but I will absolutely prioritize you without me even asking.
Damn.
I've just had them be like, yeah, I just like being like a pocket artist for you. And I'm like, thanks. That's very nice of you. And we talk about it because we're friends. But there's no part of that conversation where we're like, don't work with XYZ. Or cut others off, or I always offer something. Okay, I'll make sure I give you a lot of work. You know, I'll make sure I pay you or something, right? That's just how that goes. That's how that goes. And that's all. And I would like to say this industry really, like I said, because everything's quantified, everyone feels compared to everyone else all the time. And there are a lot of people who are able to just look at that as a reality, like, yeah, it's just quantification and it is what it is, and they move on and it doesn't weigh on them. There are also a lot of people where it does weigh on them. There are a lot of people like are reminded, they get compared to other people about their designs looking similar, about all these different things, you know? And it really lends itself to breeding behaviors like this, where people, your closest friends that you do things with are the people you will get compared to the most, because you end up sharing community. You end up just next to them, just physically next to them all the time, around them all the time, heard in the same VCs all the time, and you will get compared to those people the most. And all that comparison and all that quantifying of you and things that viewers do that make you feel, you know, like there's just a lot of side by side going on, lends itself to people doing doing shit, right? That is just to make sure that they're succeeding over others. And again, wanting to succeed is fine, but how you go about it and whether or not that makes you step on others to get up there is a big part of what's okay and what isn't. That's all. Yeah, mutual respect. I have friends that I talk to very normally about all this stuff, and they talk to me very normally about all this stuff, and we could have mature conversations about all of it, about how it makes certain people feel. And that is just fine. Those are adult conversations you can have. You can, if you are close friends with someone, you should be able to talk to them about these things. Okay? That's all. That's all I want to say about that. Just talk to your friends, goddammit. You know? When she said every indie manager is a boyfriend, she was right about it. That's not true. I will say that's not true. It's definitely more true more often than people will say. But no. No. No, Yako, that's not about her. It's about something else. That was just a comment that was mentioned. No, indie managers are basically, for most people, manager is a big word. Most people, when they have someone they hire as a manager, it's more of an actual personal assistant as far as what the person does in the role.
So wait, where are they talking about the drama here?
And a lot of people hire their own staff. The same way you hire an editor to edit your videos, you can hire an assistant to sit there and handle communications and things, because there's a lot of moving parts. And to sit there in a meeting with you once a week to like look at a Trello board, be like, you have these sponsorships coming up, you have these dates of these collabs that people were doing. Oh, you have a birthday video, let me go and message all these people about all these things. That's actually very normal that people hire someone to do that. I think there are enough scenarios where someone does use their significant other as that role, because that probably makes a lot of sense if they're like around them all the time. I you know, as I think about it, I'm like, yeah, but that is not always the case that they're actually related to them in that way. It's usually a longtime friend or a mod that's been around for a while that has proven themselves to be very good at what they do, and then they're just like, hey, I need an assistant to do these things. And a lot of people use the word manager because they're managing some tasks, but a lot of the time they're not actually managing them. Right, like they're not telling them what to do or anything. It's just like, hey, I need you to like be checking my email every day because I get literally like 50 emails a day about all this shit. Can you look through it? Right? It's stuff like that. I think it is good to hire management. I heard some indies after that tweet was made, they were like afraid. They were like, now I don't want to hire a manager or call someone a manager because people are going to start assuming shit. And I was like, no, it's still hire one. Like, talk about them all you want. It's very normal. You should have one. It's helpful. It's not a manager. It's like a secretary or something. That's what I was saying. It's more of a personal assistant role that most of these managers have. Manager is also still a good word for it because they are managing something. Pretty much. It's just not always that they're managing
Free managers are better.
They're managing like some of your business under you. They're managing your brand.
Always nice.
It doesn't mean that they're managing you. There are some people that definitely kind of like give the reins to their manager and let their manager tell them what to do. I don't think you should do that, like, at all. I don't think you should give them the reins, but letting them manage your business and your brand with you, absolutely. As long as you're like not giving them more control than what you have.
Like, for some people they have that, some people it's something else. It is what it is. I don't know why they need to call them manager.
They literally are a manager. If I'm a manager and I work at Amazon, you don't think I like own Amazon and tell Amazon what to do. So if I'm a manager and I work at X brand, I'm working under the company and helping them manage some of their day-to-day shit. I might be a specific manager, a manager for this thing, a manager for that thing. So the word manager is totally fine. I just think over time people have kind of thought that, because there are cases of this, I think people have gotten under the assumption of like the idea that managers tell people what to do, which is no. They are
not
there to
always,
suggest, because having a second set of eyes on things is really valuable, but they don't tell you what to do. And if you do have one that does, sometimes there is something that comes out where there is one that like you could tell they really drove the whole thing. Don't do that. like don't let anyone be that. You know what I mean? I think people in the VTubing world got that impression because they're used to the idea of a manager from a big corpo where that corpo owns your IP, and they actually can tell you a bit more of what to do because
that's
the
a different
corpo owns
thing.
the IP, not you. That's different.
I mean, that's different because if you're in a corpo, the corpo owns the IP. They have the manager. The manager isn't really telling you what to do. It's the person in charge of the manager who tells them to tell you what to do because you're working under the corpo, and you're just an employee being an effective like voice actor in that situation. Like, yeah, that makes sense.
We're not talking about that. With indies, you're just hiring people into your own team again the same way you'd hire like an editor or something. You know, they're working under you, and if you let them work over you, you gotta change that.
Yeah.
I always thought they act like agents. They are a lot more like agents. Yeah, in most cases. It's just because there's too much communication to be done that you will literally sit there. If you wanted to answer every email and look through every little thing, check all the comments on every video, whatever, you would spend hours a day doing this. And you're much more well off if you hire someone else to do it and you just relax. You spend some of the time relaxing or getting other work done. You know, that's what you gotta do. People probably manage, they're like, oh yeah, like a manager at a grocery store. Yeah, they work under you. There's someone you hire in. So, yeah. Yep. Like my manager at VShojo, for example, we meet once a week. I can DM him all I need to get anything going. We meet once a week and we sit there and we have like a board with all of my active stuff that's going on. And we just walk through it and we talk about any updates. And then I let him know what I'm gonna do and he says what he offers to do. Like, oh, I can message this person. I go, okay, yeah, you do that. We just kind of separate out like the tasks. I have a personal manager as well. I've talked about this. I've always had one. I've hired different people and settled on one. And they do the same thing with me because there are things that VShojo does not handle. There's a lot of stuff that I handle. So I meet with that person once a week as well. Usually right after my VShojo meeting, I'm like, okay, here's what we talked about. Here's what I need you to do. Here's what we're handling on our end. Can you message this person? Can you talk to this merch person about like for example, my faction related stuff is an IP that I own and it's not under the Giga brand, so it has nothing to do with VShojo. And that's why you don't see merch of my faction mascots on the VShojo site ever. It's a separate IP, right? So I do that stuff on my own if I want to. So that's like my personal manager will sit there and will handle stuff that's just under my brand that's separate from that, right? Things like that. And it's helpful. I also have like sponsorships. Vast majority of my sponsorships I get myself. so I need someone to sit there and message those people, do outbound. I don't just sit there and wait for emails to come to me to offer me sponsorships. We also check with people. I have a direct contact at Xseed and I talk to them, but sometimes I'll say to my manager, like, yo, can you message them? I'm going to be streaming for the next 8 hours, but there's this time sensitive thing. Can you talk to them about this? You know? Stuff like that. So yeah, you should have staff helping you. You don't need a ton of hours out of them, but just like a little something every week is so helpful. Your blueprints board more hectic than your manager board. My blueprints board looks like shit and it's barely organized. I'm just putting pictures together. Okay, that thing would never be submissible in a workplace. Yeah, that's a good point. So even in tech, the best managers I've had don't micromanage. They just enable you to be productive. Exactly. TLDR, if you're a creator, get one. Go hire someone trustworthy for this stuff. None of this is surprising in this industry that these kinds of feelings are born and people start acting upon these kinds of feelings. That's all normal. But what you do is you don't act on them that way. You just talk to your friends about them. That's all. You just talk to your friends like adults about how you're feeling and what you want to do about it, because everyone here is an adult and you can talk to them. That's all. How do you know who to trust though? You're getting into the weeds. You're getting into the weeds. You don't have to trust anyone wholeheartedly with every little thing. You choose to trust them with certain.
So like they're not talking about anything. Okay, got it. Let's just go to the next one then. Involved with corporate? I don't know, man. That's its own thing.
Kind of person, guys. I wait to hear both sides. Okay.
What is this?
Truly do. It's just the way I am. I like to hear both sides. I'm not really gonna give my opinion. I'm just gonna say some statements. Cheating is freaking messed the frick up.
Good morning.
Alright.
Today,
something about
university
cheating?
starts back.
Mess the frick up. Okay. It doesn't matter if it's online or not. It's freaking messed up.
Oh wait, we got Rev here. Rev will tell us.
Guys are here. So today we're going to be talking about some
We'll
big
just watch Rev.
VTuber-related drama involving one of the largest indie VTubers on the scene, and that is, of course, Cinder, who is now losing a lot of her own fans as well as some of her connections to peers over a barrage of Google Docs that were released yesterday that show many negative things about her from behind the scenes, making a very clear picture that she is someone who is very manipulative, she's paranoid.
If I was to do it, here's the thing, right? At one point, if I do get to a certain size, I'll probably just register the whole thing as an actual company. That way, with me as the owner, obviously I wouldn't have it go public. If I get to that point, right, where I can actually hire a proper team to do stuff, I'll probably have shit like register as an like actual company, just to simplify things, and then I would hire people to like manage certain things, right? So like, if I was to get to that point, let's say, let me open MS Paint. If I was to ever get there one day, right, what I'll probably do is this. So I'll put that circle there, and that will be, so this is me. We'll make the font bigger. Right, so I would be here, right at the top, and then I guess I would have then, right underneath, I would register probably, I would be like there at the top, and then here would be, I would like, I would register my own company. Basically, first. Let's drag this so we can have more space. And then from there, right, because I'm probably, like, if I was to get to that size, I would probably then do it this. Right, so I probably have to do this. Right. Because one of these days, honestly, if I can get to a point, I do want to get an editor. Because I hate editing videos on my own, man. I take forever. It takes so long and it's just pain. So, like, I probably put here. I'll probably get editor. Right? Just like what they were talking about. Probably at one point, if I was to get messy enough. Oh, wait. Actually, I would delete this thing. Yeah, because I would put that elsewhere. Alright, actually, no, wait. Yeah, I'll put that there. I'd probably grab... like, I can do numbers all I want, but, like, I'd rather have someone else deal with that for me. So I'd get, like, an accountant. I would probably end up doing at one point. That way, like, the people there could get paid. That way I don't have to deal with that. I would just be here. Right? So, like, it goes... This is levels down. I would own this entity. I would register it as a company just to keep it organized. Right. Right, and then I would put like manager secretary thing here. It's more like manager secretary thing, yeah, combine like what they were saying. Right, I would be above them. Alright, like I would probably have this shit like this, and then whatever needs to get added underneath would be dealt with. I'd probably have it structured this way. Right? And then of course, the character that you see in front of you, like, right, that would be the IP. And I would register it all under here. Because, like, the thing is, right, like, there's nothing saying you would have to go public also. Obviously, I would keep it completely private. And then I would just, like, have it handled this way. Right? I own this. And all these things are under this. right? Have someone handle this thing. Cause like, here's the other thing, right? The accountant, their job as well, it's like, equipment stuff, that could be written off, getting those things ordered and organized, paying for equipment that like, let's say the editor or stuff would need. I could then also like invoice the thing here, so I can like move this stuff over for like when I need new equipment, let's say, or like when I'm buying stuff as well. Like I could put my whaling in some of these things under here too, right? Like that would just get everything organized. Because at some point, it'd be a lot easier if I could have someone, especially for like tax season stuff, to like manage all that and organize it. But like, the thing is, we're still a long ways away from me getting to this point. Right, like we're a long way away from this shit getting there. And I'd have to like figure out how I'm gonna change certain things with contacting as well. Because like, yeah. Oh yeah, the other thing too. Right, so like in this type of situation, just because of how paranoid I get over certain things, especially with security on things, I have a different way of managing stuff. You know, I would probably put different requirements on these guys as well before they check stuff. Right? Especially because, like, if someone doesn't know what they're doing properly, they don't know exactly how to detect shit. Right? Because, like, here's the reality. If I was to let someone look through my emails, let me see if I can find that tab again. And I'll show you what I mean on why they would have to be careful too. Do I have it here? Oh, let me find the tab, and I'll bring it over. Where is that email tab? Oh, here we go. Let me pull it up.
And very...
Alright, let me pause that. I mean, I pulled this up earlier, right? This is obviously... You know... There's obviously something Pepega going on here. Right? I mean, yeah, you know what? I probably, have them be, like, working on specific machines I spec out and install, like, some sort of KVM feature, probably. Just in case. But, like, I would be the one who would know how to, like, access the thing. I'd probably, like, set up, like, specific things on there, too. I'd probably put... But, like, I would vet everything first to make sure, like, they can do what they need to do. If I get that far. But, yeah. But, like, yeah. You know, emails like this, it's like, oh, what's this? This is, like, an email, like... The reality is what you're supposed to do with this is ignore it entirely. Not interact at all with this. Like, that's what you should be doing. Like, clicking this or this for the automated email response is a bad idea. You should not do this because it lets them know that you're gonna check it or whatever, and then they can try to scam you again under a different name. This thing is a scam. This is a scam right here. This email right here. I'm like, what is this? And like, here's the funny part, right? You look this name up, and you'll see what shows up. If you look up this name, you get some random actress. He's apparently like this thing. This is what you get. They have a fucking IMDb page. It's like, what? But like, yeah. Right? And like, I would have to make sure they won't get phished either. You know, gotta make sure that stuff's safe too. But like, also the other thing too is like, for the editor, for example, I'd probably make like a proper dedicated render server stuff. And like, make a thing set up where they can edit the stuff remotely. But like, I would probably do like a bunch of shit as if I was like running some sort of like actual server farm thing. And I would like set up all this crazy shit just so I can make sure the shit is safe as well and keep things internal. I'd probably have them do things in a way they wouldn't expect, but yeah. Well, the whole point, though, right? I mean, here's the thing, right? Anyone can find my email. It's not hard to find my email. Like, at some point, like, you have to leave, like, a public-facing email for stuff. That is not my personal email, what you see there. That is just an email that I use, for the stuff here, but, like, I separate my emails into different things and have multiple accounts just to keep things separated, but, like, you know, that would go under there. Like, again, like, anyone can find that email, too. Like, you go here. Oh, you can find it right there. You go on my Twitch page. You can find it right here. Like, it's not hiding. I'm not hiding it. You know? Nothing is being hidden. You can find it very easily. Right? Anyone can. It's that. Don't spam me with shit, though. Right? You already see some of the phishing shit I deal with occasionally that I just obviously ignore. Because any response is a good response. Yeah, like, at some point you have to start providing it for things to contact you there. So it's like, yeah, it's there. It is what it is. Right? Sometimes things, like, I will have to vet things. But yeah, like, it is what it is. No, don't email me for the lulz. Don't do that there. That is not the place for it. Right, but like, yeah.
Deceitful and even targets these things not just to anyone, but to some people within the VTubing scene who considered her a friend. She was doing all of this, actively sabotaging some of her own friends in private, trying to hurt their career, all to line her own pocket, to make sure she's the one still on top and that these other people are no longer a threat to her. So we're going to be talking about several Google Docs here. We're going to kind of weave our way through them to get more context as we go.
Like, the email stuff is for other things. Especially because, like, I do get documents and other things sent there. But, like, yeah. Oh, yeah, like, one of the other things as well is, like, the requirement is, like, for some of those people, they'll have to run, like, a Linux distro as well instead of Windows. They can't be using Windows. Just so we can add, like, another layer of security I would have them use. I would, like, have to, like, come up with a way to make it work. Obviously for the editing stuff, I would probably have stuff automatically pushed and recorded and saved to a file server. That way the editor could just grab it and yoink things when they need it. I'd have to, like, come up with all sorts of things. And with an editor, depending on, like, what happens, if I ever do get to that point, I'd probably also have to, like, look into getting a lawyer to make specific documents just in case. Like, I'd probably have to, like, go through a lot of shit. Which is why it's like, if I ever get to that point, I will just, like, actually register the thing as, like, an actual company. And, like, have things solely structured underneath it. With me as the owner. And then, like, have all that stuff. Like, cause, like, I'd probably end up needing to get, like, all sorts of other things. And that's, like, the one benefit, though, of, like, if you're in, like, an organization or, like, an agency, right? You don't have to deal with all that. Right? The thing is, though, I'm small enough where I don't have to deal with that at all yet, either. But, yeah. If I was to ever get to that point, I would basically have to go set all of that stuff up. Like, that's pretty much what would happen.
And I promise you it's definitely worth kind of trudging through this video to get more and more context, because as you get more context, the more unhinged all of this gets. And of course, for brevity's sake, I'm not going to read through every single document. You can do that on your own. They're very easy to find on Twitter right now, but I'm just going to quickly summarize the key points and give you some good context to work with here. So let's begin with this individual right here. This was the first Google Doc released onto Twitter by the user Nanolus, and this Google Doc, or at least the tweet sharing it, has 8 million views. To
That's
give you
a
an
lot of
idea
views.
of how big of a deal this is, okay? So who's this individual? Well, they're an artist who works primarily with
artist?
VTubers, working with some of the biggest people in the industry, including
All right.
some very large agency VTubers like Iron Mouse, and also some of the biggest indie VTubers like Cinder, as well as Silvervale, who will also be a part of this story.
Yeah, like at that point, it probably won't be. I mean, like at that point, like if I was to get to that point, I'd probably have a lot of stuff or like built around whatever I'd be doing at that point. But
Today.
yeah.
So let's begin with the intro of her Google Doc. So she says this: I wanted to share my experience with Cinder and Red manipulating me, using me, and dragging me into drama while sabotaging,
Oh boy.
slandering, and spreading lies about people I thought were her closest friends. Not only do
Okay.
I no longer wish to work with Cinder, but I want to share what I've endured over the years and shed light on what she has been doing behind people's backs to protect artists and friends that may be experiencing something similar. Note, based on working with Redacted, or Red, Cinder's manager, and Cinder over the years, I am sure that they speak for one another, and there is no reason to believe Red was acting without Cinder's consent and knowledge. Whenever I use they or them, it refers to both of them acting as a team. So the first thing to cover here is, who is this Redacted or Red individual who's being mentioned many times? And it's important to understand who they are because their name will come up over and over again, especially in a lot of the early screenshots we're going to be seeing. So this is the Redacted individual, Red, as they're known here, and this is their pinned tweet on social media, and they are
Okay.
Cinder's manager. Now, I picked this pinned tweet to show because I recognize this image. It's from WeebCon 2024, where I was
Okay.
a featured guest, and I mention this because I attended it in person, and I got a bird's eye view of everything going on at the convention, and there was a lot of big names at this convention, especially from the VTubing scene, but I don't think anyone was as big as Cinder. She brought in a lot of people to this convention. Her meet and greet line was out the door. Her merch was flying off the shelves.
Yeah,
Every
there's
event,
drama.
including the concert she participated in, was filled to the brim with fans. She
Right, we're just gonna react to it here. I'm not gonna like make anything on it.
was a
'Cause it's
very
like,
big deal.
yeah.
Now, I bring that up not to like gas her up or something.
It's like I have no idea what the hell's going on. I mean, I guess a little bit in some cases. I don't know. It's everything's still. I don't know. I have fixed and changed things here and there at least. But yeah.
But to show that she is doing very well financially, she is at the top of the VTubing scene, at least independently, and she
Okay.
doesn't really have a need for more money and more fame, as it would seem to the normal person, which makes her actions, where she's privately sabotaging her own friends in the industry, even more crazy, because it's totally unnecessary with her circumstances. Now, continuing on with this Red individual, you can see this response to what we'll see is Cinder's first and only response to this entire thing, actually ratioing her, okay? This is from Van Peaches. She's someone who's
Yeah.
been around the ASMR and VTubing scene for many years. She said this:
Yeah. It's more of just, I don't know. It's more of like, I just don't know. Like, I just don't know, man.
I remember playing Phasmophobia with you and hearing Red chat away
Okay.
next to you before you debuted like 4 years ago. You told me he was your boyfriend.
Okay.
Then before we met for TwitchCon, you switched up and said, "Just so you know, my manager is coming with me on this trip," as if I didn't know who he was. It's even
Alright.
ickier to read this tweet knowing he is your significant other and that you're probably going to try and avoid taking responsibility for hurting people who trusted you as friends by nuking the Red side of this duo.
I'm still confused. So apparently this guy who calls himself Red is her significant other, but also who's like managing her shit. That's basically all I can I can get from this. That's all I know here. Right? So they went to TwitchCon. That guy is his manager, and like that's it. Okay.
Now this is crazy. Once again, for the
Hi, Iris.
1000th time in the VTubing scene, the VTuber manager turns out to also be the secret boyfriend. Many such cases, but this is very messy because there seems to be an issue of loyalty here. Now, there was another Google Doc that was released by this Reinx individual who is part of the ASMR scene, who shared this detailing their experience with Cinder in private, where at the time, seemingly when Cinder was with this red individual, the manager boyfriend, she was cheating on him with this guy via sexual personal messages and stuff like that.
So basically, she was cheating on her boyfriend. Okay. I'm doing fine.
And I'm not going to sit here and read through all this. It's very clear, and the context is abundantly clear that everyone involved in this knew Cinder was in a relationship, and she was venting embarrassing details of their relationship to this guy, and also they were sharing sexual messages and seemingly also like not safe for work photos possibly and stuff like that. Clearly there was that sort of thing going on here, and of course this person's no saint. They're interfering with a relationship and all that, but it just proves there's a very big question of loyalty with Cinder, and we're gonna see that pretty much replicated among her friendships throughout this video. And this is the response, and I guess she's not even loyal to the manager boyfriend, because her first and only response to this situation currently is this tweet that she made shortly after the first Google Doc was released, and it seems like an attempt to get on top of this, but it's just backfiring. So she said, effective immediately, redacted, will no longer be managing or overseeing my VTuber activities. He no longer...
Wait, redacted as in what? As in they're censoring the name, or that was the guy's name? Redacted. Okay, so this guy no longer managing her. Got it. And all we know is there was some cheating thing before. That's it.
represents me as a creator, my brand, or my intentions. I'm
Guy's
sorry,
name.
everyone.
Okay.
I'll make a larger response when I'm able.
Yeah, it's quite the name, calling themselves redacted, because then it's like, fuck. Am I thinking about like just the word redacted, or like this other thing?
So,
But yeah.
as we saw, Van Peaches would correct Cinder in the replies and ratio her, saying, by
like,
the
yeah,
way,
like, I don't know
this
what the
was
hell
your
goes on,
boyfriend the whole time,
here.
and I predicted you would do this. But also keep in mind, with these sort of teaser apologies where they're like hinting at what they're going to discuss in the apology that's going to come out whenever, it's about what you mention and what you don't mention. And the only thing she really mentions here is redacted, basically kicking the VTuber manager boyfriend to the side and saying, oh, I'm sorry about everything he did. And that's really all she covers. She doesn't cover anything she said herself or any of the really crazy stuff we're going to be seeing in these Google Docs. But yeah, not a very good start. But let's return to the Google Doc, the initial one.
Yeah, I guess they shortened it to red. Alright, we got Discord messages now. Oh boy. Discord messages.
From Nanolis, saying this, slandering other creators. I will start with screenshots showing them speaking ill of other creators and spreading rumors while manipulating me that it's all in our best interest. In addition to spreading ill rumors, they also complain and accuse Bao of giving their editor too much work, and referring there to, I guess, either a joint effort between those parties or Cinder's, not really sure, but anyways, it says resulting in the editor not having any time for new clients, which will be important later on. The screenshots below show them showing their affection and appreciation, immediately followed by spreading rumors and lies to make other clients appear problematic to manipulate any future decisions regarding commissions. Now, they share very...
Honestly though, like, again, like, if I was to ever get an editor one day, I can only imagine how much of a pain it'll be to work with it, Because it's like, okay, so here's what I need done. I'd be like writing up a script for what they would need to do. I would give them the shit to work with. And I'm like, if you can, it'd be nice also to animate time frames or whatever for specific things. And then it's like, good luck. Because, like, I'm assuming, like, the editor's working on this stuff. It's not the same amount of, like, work that's needed to put in. So, like, if I was gonna do more of, like, getting data and shit for, like, when I make charts and stuff like that, it's, like, a completely different type of thing there. Because it's, like, they still have to, like, scrub through longer videos and shit, right? Like, they would scrub through. Except it's, like, there's less overall edits they need to make. They just have to look through a longer source. Where it's, like, instead, it's, like, they have to look through a shorter source, right? Source files. They'll have multiple that they'll have to go through. And then multiple different cuts and stuff in there. It would probably take, like, similar to, like, looking through, like, a much longer thing to work through. But, like, it'd be a lot harder. I can only imagine. Because, like, the amount of work I put in. So when, like, I spit out one of those videos. Right. Like, when I made that carrot video or, like, some of the older ones. It's just kind of dumb. Right, like the carrot damage video there. Or if we go further back. When I would do them. I didn't, like, I haven't done that many. Because, like, it takes, like, just way too long. And there's a lot of shit going on in there. So it's like I eventually just... I'm gonna do more of them again. At least I made a calculator to speed up some of the process. For putting the stuff in the chart, for getting the data bot, you know. But yeah. I haven't had time for shit, man. I'm behind on stuff. I'm still behind on things I've been wanting to put out. Like, a very behind. Like, there are some videos that I'm like 3-4 months. No, 5 months for one of them behind on. Still. Soon to be 6 months. Which is kind of crazy. That I'm behind on. Oh boy, yeah.
Various screenshots proving what they just said.
But like part of it is again, it's just like editing is pain.
But because we had the name drop here, that is of course Bao the Whale. He was another very successful independent VTuber who would make her own response to this situation, her own Google Doc, because she was hurt by someone she considered a friend discovering all these messages that are trying to blackball her, at least with some of the artists she wishes to work with in the industry. So she would share some of this in her Google Doc, and you can see at the beginning, she clarifies again, as Nana listed, that because she was close and worked with Cinder for years and considered her a friend, she can say, based on her experience,
wait, what's this? I just saw something. I'm like, wait, what the fuck? Let me open up Twitter for a second. Crazy shit. Crazy shit coming, wait. I'll just go here. I don't follow much. Where is the maintenance? Oh, here we go. This thing is crazy here. Look at this. Was it this one or was it a different one? Wait. Undergo maintenance April 29. During this period, the final batch of account transfers, blah blah blah. Once updates completed, authorizing the final batch will be able to log in, claim their thing here. 10 red nucleus, 5 special voucher here, and then another 200 dark crystal. Okay, what is this? Oh wait, no, I was like reading Discord at the same time. People talking about the big 10 pulls for maintenance. I don't know if we get that or not though, or it's just transfer people. Not the best worded. Imagine they give it to just everyone though, that'd be nice. Alright, back to here.
Cinder and Red collaborate to the extent in which Red operates as her primary point of contact in her professional and personal projects, and they believe that basically any effort done by Red is something that was known about and approved by Cinder, which
Okay.
is not surprising given the fact it's the manager boyfriend. Okay, so let's get into some of the things that were said about Bao. So in March of 2024, I announced that one of my subathon goals was a live 2D model. Nanolis was going to be the live 2D illustrator. So if you're not familiar with what that means, basically, she set a sub goal where she would then commission Nanolis to make a new model for her, some sort of enhancement of whatever she already had. And that is a very big endeavor. I believe Nanolis's commissions for a VTuber model are like 10 grand. Like, they're very, very expensive investments. So this is a pretty big thing to do. And also, it seems very clear from the jump here that Bao was very excited about this opportunity to work with Nanolis because her models are very good. Hence why so many people who are at the top of the industry work with her. But she continues on. After she finished both the design and base model sketch, there was suddenly back and forth on whether or not she had the physical and mental capacity to continue my model. I was very sad as I had not only teased a screenshot of the model sketch on Twitter, but I had also grown very attached to the design and showed it to all my friends in a private group chat that Cinder was a part of. I shared how devastated I was, and she did not comment or say anything despite others in the group chat comforting and reassuring me. I now realize that the reason for her silence was because Cinder and Redacted were deliberately sabotaging ongoing commissions and blocking VTubers such as myself from having access to art from Nanolis. So you can see this screenshot that we'll see multiple times throughout these docs here. Basically trying to set up an exclusivity deal with Nanolis. So Redacted here saying,
what
about we pay you
deal?
X and you don't have to discount it from the next payment, and we'll continue giving you lots of model work, I think like around 4 years right now, but you don't work with Bao,
Oh boy.
a censor name, at all again. Models or art. I don't think you've ever done anything with Bao before. Also, we have some other work, yada, yada, yada. So what they're trying to say is, if you agree to this, we'll pay you a certain amount to just work exclusively with us and not with anyone else in the industry, which is already kind of a potentially scummy move, right? You're trying to like gatekeep this artist, but someone having an exclusive artist isn't exactly a crazy thing. But in this case, it is because one of the targets, Bao, was their friend.
Well, you want to know his
They're
rumors?
basically chopping
just
off
gonna listen
contact
to Rev.
with an artist that Bao already
He'll
works
just tell
with
us all.
through this exclusivity agreements. And that is something pretty
Pretty
messed
much.
up, if you ask me. Trying to literally sabotage their own career and some of their activities so they can basically keep reins on this artist because they don't want this artist to enhance the careers of the people around them.
Wait. Wait. I get that. So here's the thing though, right? I understand wanting to have dedicated artists or whatever, because let's be real, a lot of companies, they'll hire people to do whatever work or whatever. Sometimes they'll hire them like as a regular employee, right? So I don't see anything wrong with this in particular. I think the problem is just how they were discussing it and how it was worded. The act of actually doing this isn't technically wrong, right? If this is the drama here, damn, these people are crazy, because guess what? You like it or not, this type of stuff happens literally everywhere, all the fucking time. And it's normal, right? If you're gonna have, someone constantly doing work at specified periods, and you're having them work under you, or, work for you, whatever, at some of these, companies or whatever, whether it be, producing art, or, animating stuff, editing stuff, whatever, creating things, or, music production or whatever this type of job thing is, right? A lot of these companies, they sometimes, they don't always contract out, and they hire a team internally to do this shit. No, it's not what I'm saying at all. It's not what I'm saying at all. Hi, Bubsy. I haven't seen you in a long time, yeah. What I'm basically saying here, right, is sometimes they hire people to just do constant work there because in some cases it's like, okay, they don't want them getting distracted and they want them to focus on the work that they're hiring them for. Yeah. So, like, that's the thing, right? I'm looking at it as if, like, you're running a business from a pure business perspective, right? Having, like, you know, hiring people to work for you exclusively isn't anything super crazy, right? You know, companies do this type of shit all the time. They'll probably word it or have stuff set up a bit differently, right? They'll probably have, like, a legal team, and they'll set up specific contracts and shit just to make sure everything is fine on that end. Right, they'll probably be a lot more formal. I think the problem is they weren't doing it in a formal way, and they were just talking about it like this in Discord DMs. But if they had everything like a lot more formalized, I'm pretty sure then like all this shit would probably not happen if they just went about it in a more formal way and like treat it like an employee contract or something. Like they were hired for stuff like that. I think if they did it that way, none of this, if this was the actual issue, none of this would have blown up. Because here's the reality, right? What they're basically talking about here is effectively what those types of contracts they would hire contract work would do. Right? Like these companies would do. It's just a non-formal way, and this guy is simping for a figure here. Right? That's why I'm like, why the hell is this being turned into drama? What the, like, but then again, that just shows the average intelligence of the human race right there. Because the reality is, this happens literally all the fucking time. This is what happens when people get hired to do work and like on a contract. This is literally just a very informal way of wording it. And probably not the best way to do it. But like, that type of stuff, it happens all the fucking time. And that's why I'm like, this probably isn't the best way to have the message go back and forth. But somehow turning this into drama is just really fucking stupid. At least that's my take on it. Yeah, it doesn't, here's the thing though. Basically what they wanted to set up here, right, they were talking about the payment thing, and this guy says he likes the rate as well. This Nautilus person. So, like, the thing is, it doesn't actually sound like there's anything wrong here. Right? Okay, exclusivity, deal, contract, whatever. This looks like completely normal and fine. It's just not written up in a contract. That's the only thing, right? It's just an informal way of expressing it. But, like, there's nothing wrong here. Like, I don't see anything actually wrong here. Yes, it does suck that they basically were like, hey, would you consider going into this type of deal and not work with these others? Because we want you to prioritize working with this thing at these set intervals or whatever. It's just like a fucking normal job. Right? And that's how I'm looking at it. I'm not looking at it the way the people like spitting out the drama or whatever are looking at it. Because like, I get what they're going with here. You know, having this specific thing and then this is what they're getting paid. Hey, that's fine. And the guy is like okay with the thing here. And then this person's also, they also want a figure. And that's about it. That's all I can see from here. Right? But like, again, you have people dragging it a lot further than it needs to go. And that's just my overall take on this so far. I really don't see anything wrong here.
But they get even crazier down here. They say, we could do it when blank asks for art, you tell her no, and then tell us to buy another art piece. Like, so you get another job from it. Which we'll find out, spoiler alert, this is Silvervale, by the way.
Okay, so when they ask for art, you tell her no? Okay, and then tell us to buy another art piece. Okay. Sure. Again, I still don't really see anything wrong here. If they're like, okay, we'll just deal with it this way, and we'll have this contracted whatever, fine.
They're so hung up on this exclusivity thing, they'll literally...
Like, again, like, I don't see anything wrong with exclusivity, contract deal type things. We literally live in a world where this type of stuff happens all the fucking time. Right? This is just not the best way to word everything. Because, again, they made it, like, very informal. But yeah.
just make...
All I can say is, oh, this manager person not the most professional for having things set up this way. That's all I can really say here. Right? But yeah.
Up things to commission just to make sure these other parties are not getting anything from this artist. It's a pretty crazy endeavor that they're going for with this stuff. But let's talk about the other things that were said about Bao. There's a bunch of screenshots. Again, I'm just going to sum them up for the sake of brevity here, where they try to pepper Nanolis with a very negative image of Bao. And then they present the exclusivity event, or agreement. They want to make it seem like Bao is this unreliable, bad person.
I think the problem is just the way they have it set up. Because, like, the problem is this guy is using whatever else to try and, like, do whatever here. But if he just made it, like, a formal, like, type of contract type of thing, maybe get, like, a lawyer to look over it and, like, have all the terms and everything written out, and be like, we have an offer for you, get the stuff set up there, and did it the formal, proper way, none of this would have blown up, and everything would have been fine. Because the reality is, technically speaking, it doesn't sound like the nicest thing ever. But the thing is, there's technically nothing wrong with having this stuff happen. It's just the way they went about it is where they can pump this into drama. Because not the best way to word it and talk about it and stuff like that. If they made like a formal type of like contract and everything, went through all like the normal the stuff normally, maybe got a lawyer to read through it. Because like at this point, like they can afford to hire one of a lawyer and shit, get everything finalized and set up properly, and hire them as like an actual employee that way. Everything would be fine. Again, exclusivity stuff, that's not really a problem here, like hiring artists to work on shit for you exclusively. This happens all the fucking time. There's nothing wrong about it. It's just the way they went about it is the problem.
Who's gonna ultimately be a disappointment for Nanolis, so you might as...
I mean, Saint Tontas got banned. No, Kazuhana did. Oh, he's here, right there. You sure he's not into it? Because he's right here. You can literally find... You search it up, Cinder Drama. Atoma's there. Kectone is there. You know, you see this one that's unrelated. Okay, he made another one. Kazuhana's there. This other guy there. Ethan is fucking here. He's here again. There's another Ethan over there. Right? It's like, you sure? Because he's there too. You can search it yourself. He's there too. Right? Like, that's the reality, okay? But like, yeah, it's just... The problem here is the way he formatted it, worded everything. Like, if they went through it the normal, like, the actual proper way, all of this could have been avoided, and they could have still gotten what they wanted. Like, actually. Like, if he, like, the idea is, I guess, this is still a manager here. They want an exclusivity deal contract thing to do work for the person they're managing, which is fine. That's, like, something they might do, whatever. I see nothing wrong with that. It's just the way he went about it is the problem here, I guess. If they just went through it and made it a lot more formal, got everything written up, got proper contracts and stuff set in place, all of this could have been avoided. Like, that's it. Like, don't get the emotions or whatever tied into it. Just have everything, like, strict, set up and formatted it formally, and everything would have been fine. Like, that's all. That's all I see so far. Yeah, they're making drama about that too. Not enough Genshin drama, yeah. They don't have enough Genshin drama, so they go after other people. Fucking weirdos, man. Alright, I'm just gonna react to it. I'm not gonna make anything on this. I'm not gonna cut this out and upload it as a video. Because, like, I just can't be bothered. Also, it's like, this is ridiculous. Like, so far, we're already, like, halfway through this video. And I'm like, so far, everything that's going on is just pretty ridiculous. When I'm, like, trying to put my brain around it. Because, like, again, I don't really see anything wrong from what they're technically doing. It's just they aren't wording it in the nicest way possible or whatever. And that's all. But yeah, like, that's just how I see things here.
As well sign this exclusivity agreement with us. That's what they were going for.
Okay, so then now they're talking about, like, signing in some sort of exclusivity agreement. Okay. Again, like, that's basically what I'm saying. Just, like, you offer them the deal, and it's, like, ask if they're interested, and then give them, like, the actual formal document. They don't need to, like, they didn't need to, like, spam it over, like, this long period or whatever, or talk about all this other shit that's unrelated. But yeah.
Before they were saying stuff about how, she's been trying to take away some of their editors that they're convinced that she tried to convince these editors to no longer work with Redacted and Cinder, and that she's trying to bark up the tree of one of their live 2D animators, and that it's so annoying and that she has all these issues. It's really just lined out here. She's been getting on their nerves for a while. She hijacked their YouTube editor, constantly picking up artists that they work with, barking up the tree of the live 2D animators, and also, as pointed out right down
like,
here, she has a way of guilt-tripping people.
Like, this part here did not need to be said. Right? Basically, the part that they're talking about here, this section here, they basically just didn't need to say this, and they'd probably be fine. Like, they don't have to talk about this part here. Just be like, we'd like to do an exclusivity deal. Here's the stuff. Here's the terms. Here's the contract, and then move on with that. The problem, I guess, here is that they brought this stuff up. Alright, so they created drama in here. Instead of just being like, yeah, so here's the thing. We'd like to work with you exclusively. Right? Like, that's... Like, that part, nothing wrong with that. But yeah, I can't say anything else about this stuff because I have no idea what the hell's going on around this stuff. But that's its own other thing.
To get her way, which is an incredibly ironic thing for Redacted to be saying in this context. But as you can see, it just continues on and on with more things, trying to basically push down these other creators and form this exclusivity agreement that will ultimately work to the...
I mean, again, the exclusivity agreement stuff, nothing wrong with that. I think it's fine. Right? Like, I think there's nothing wrong with exclusivity contract stuff for this type of work anyways.
Benefit of Cinder and to the detriment of the other potential clients. But of course...
Right, like, again, that's, you know, nothing wrong with that. Right? Exclusivity deals can happen. It's like, again, like you hire an employee to work for you. Like, think about it this way, right? Let's say you're running a business, right? Let's say you're, I don't know, you're filming some sort of, you're doing like film stuff. Maybe you have like a company producing animations or whatever, right? The reality is you probably want to make sure, you know, the employees that you have working for you, the guys you have hired to do the art and the animation stuff, you probably want to make sure they're actually working on your shit that you're paying them to work on and not someone else's shit, right? And you probably don't want them leaking all sorts of information early and stuff like that too, right? Like, there's nothing wrong with that, right? Like, you probably wouldn't want them doing that. So, like, them working exclusively for you is a nice way to keep everything nice and safe and to keep things under control. Right, like, that's what all these companies do. They do it all the time, nothing wrong with that. Favorite food? Depends. If we're talking sweets or like just regular food? Like, it depends. Like, if you're talking sweets and stuff like that, ice cream I like. Just don't put it in cake form. Because with ice cream cake, the reality is you end up having a half-assed ice cream or having a half-assed cake that'll just melt and fall apart. Either that or you freeze it so much to keep its structure that it becomes too hard. When it's like, I'd rather just have ice cream or cake. You know? Regular food though. Oh, that's a lot harder. That really depends on my mood, to be honest. But yeah, like, if they present the exclusivity agreement, they might be able to save the thing. Like, that's the thing, right? That's what I'm like, they just went about it the wrong way. Like, the actual having the exclusivity thing isn't wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just the way they went about it is the issue. And, like, I get it in this case. Yeah, the manager here in this case is not professional. They're not being professional. But so far, that's, like, all I'm seeing here. Yes, ice cream cake melts all the fucking time. Like, it does. Especially because, like, one of my neighbors, actually, that my family's pretty close with, right? They have a kid, and every time, because of this kid that they have, every time they have some sort of celebration, right, they always get ice cream cake. And because, again, we're close with that family, whatever, they give us some too whenever something like that happens. So we always end up eating some ice cream cake. And, like, it's good for what it is, don't get me wrong. It's just that it's not as good as eating actual ice cream or a different type of cake. Like, mixing them both that way. Like, if you had cake and put ice cream on top, and you wanted to have that, way better than ice cream cake. Having ice cream on top of cake. That, fine. But having the ice cream being turned into the cake, that's where it's like, no. Yeah, ice cream sandwiches are fine though. No, it's like again, like the way they have it structured, yeah. It's just that, again, like you have to keep it frozen. And the thing is, because it's a lot bigger than the ice cream sandwiches, to keep its structure, like, it falls apart and melts a lot thing. A mango float cake? Nothing wrong with that. Again, like, as long as, like, you separate it like that, but yeah. It's just, like, actual ice cream cake, it's like, yeah, they end up just ruining it. It's like, they ruin the ice cream or they ruin the cake potential. It, like, They do go together if you just put the ice cream on top of, like, any other type of cake. That too. It's cold, it's soggy, like that. And for it to keep its structure, it's extremely hard. Otherwise, it's either extremely hard and soggy, or it's just melted and soggy. And that's the reality. Because again, it's like, think about it this way. Imagine you bought a tub of ice cream. And instead, what you did, you ripped out the tub and you just have the ice cream. And then you put frosting on top. That is like the most basic example I could give of ice cream cake. Let me get some water, one sec. Right, like, yeah. Well, it doesn't matter there. The thing is, though, the reason why, like, the store-bought stuff, store-bought ice cream like that, a lot of it melts a lot more easily, is because they whip more air inside. Right? It's not as dense. But yeah. I think that's why. But yeah. That aside though. Right. Ice cream cake, not as good as other kinds of cake. But yeah. As for the regular food, I don't really know what I'll put there. Because, like, there are things that I like. I just don't really think, I can't really think of anything I would put, like, on top of each other in a hierarchy, though. Maybe one day I'll make a tier list, we'll do a tier list thing and I rate different types of food. I don't know. Maybe one day. And then we can figure it out there. Best meat. Depends on how it's prepared. Best cuts of meat, that could be fun, but I haven't had, like, all the nicer cuts of meat, so I would have no idea where to rank some of the nicer things. But, like, sure. You know. Wait, why Oreo ice cream? But yeah. I mean, I've had Oreo ice cream before, but that's its own thing. Can't go wrong with chicken thigh. Yeah, but I also I wouldn't rate chicken thigh that highly. Like, I wouldn't rate chicken that highly. I think for, like, meat that I've had regularly, I guess, like, again, it depends on, like, how it's being prepared, right? Like, it really depends. Because, like, if we're talking about, like, actually, like, properly cooking things, like, in a specific way, I put, like, beef in the highest tier. But then, like, if we're talking about, like, for, like, barbecuing shit, I would put pork above it. Personally, I would, like, put pork over, like, beef over chicken for, like, barbecue stuff. It really depends on how, like, we're preparing the meat, on where I would rank them. It depends. Yeah, the thing is, though, with, like, the beef picanha, right? You gotta cook in a specific way to really make the most out of it. It really depends, again, on how you're preparing it. Because you wouldn't prepare everything the same way. Right? And, like, yeah, I've had, like, other types of things. Apparently, the other day, I found out, like, eating, like, let's say tripe, beef tripe. You know, apparently people find that gross. Apparently. I don't know. I've had tripe so many times, like, it's not the easiest thing to bite into and eat. But, like, it is what it is. But then again, like, there's also, like, people in my family that will eat, like, fertilized eggs with the bird, like, actually developed inside the fertilized egg. Like, basically eating an unhatched egg. There are people in my family that would eat unhatched eggs. Right, so, like, just imagine, like, a chick, like a baby, chick for, like, a duck or something. Right? Like, it's, like, close to hatching, but not hatched. They cooked it up, and they're eating it like that, where you basically have an almost developed... Yes, you can. I have relatives that do eat that sometimes. Yes, you can. Yes, blood, yes. You can. I've never actually eaten blood, but, I know people who have. I know people who have. But yes, you can. Yes, it is blood. Yes. I'm just describing it for some people who have no idea what it is. That's all. Right? I'm just describing it for people who have no clue. Because I know there's at least someone here that has no clue what it is. But obviously, no, that's not it. But, like, yeah. Again, like, with meat stuff, it really depends. Like, especially on how you're preparing it. Because things can change drastically depending on how. Right? Like, generally, though, like, in terms of, like, how much meat I eat, though, like, if I was to rank meat based on how often I eat them, I'd probably have pork over, like, in terms of frequency where I eat, pork over chicken over beef in that order is, like, how much I eat them on a regular basis. Because, like, usually, when eating pork, I'm not eating pork, like, usually when you eat meat, like, when it's, like, thing, pork is probably the more common one, otherwise than chicken. Beef, less common, but then again, like, pricing and everything. No, if you want to cook with Wagyu, go to Japan. It's cheaper there. The reason why is, like, if you want to get Wagyu beef, you have to import it. That's why it's expensive. If you actually want to, like, really work with nicer Wagyu beef, go to Japan. That's where you get to do it. You're like 100 plus multi-$100 cut of Wagyu beef will cost you like $30-$40 in Japan for that same cut. For like the nicer cuts, it'll cost you a lot less if you go to Japan for that. Right? Wagyu just means Japanese beef. Right? They have a different way of dealing with the stuff there. Yeah, neither is that cut of beef. Neither is that cut. Right? Just use Wagyu beef fat. You'll probably taste the Wagyu because it's mostly fat. Like, that's the other thing, right? Like, with Wagyu beef, there are things you can do with it, and things you can't do with it. Right? Like, if you're gonna make, like, anything using ground meat with Wagyu beef, don't. You're wasting your time. Because the reality is, like, 70% of it is just gonna be gone while you're doing that. Right? Like, don't make a burger or a meatball or, like, tacos or whatever or a chili with Wagyu beef. Don't. Right? Like, with that type of stuff, you would obviously want leaner beef. Right? Actually, yeah, like, speaking of actually, the other day, actually, like, my mom was like, I want to make chili or whatever, so she made chili, but we didn't have any ground beef. We had ground pork. Can you imagine what happened to the ground pork in the chili? Can you imagine the aftermath? Because, like, the ground pork she had was fattier. And guess what happened to the ground pork chili? It was, like, extremely watery. It was like, what the fuck happened? Like, it was still good for what it was, but it was, like, so watery. And there's, like, the thing reduced like crazy. Usually, yeah, prime steaks, yeah. I mean, again, like, it just depends on what you're trying to do with it, right? But yeah, it's like, same thing with, like, barbecue stuff as well. It's like, most common thing we'd have, again, like, pork is, like, the main one, right? Right, ribs, but then also just, like, barbecue skewers and other shit. Usually pork. We end up having on that. Because, like, it goes better for that. And, like, again, like, at the end of the day, it depends on how you're preparing it. Right? Because, like, again, like, with beef, right? It's, like, you either, like, it's better to have it either in a stew, or in a steak, or if you have a leaner cut, then you put it into a burger or meatball or whatever. Because, like, the other ways to use it, it's, like, a waste. For like, a decent amount of, like, the main cuts that people are thinking of. It's, like, a waste. You end up wasting so much. But, yeah.
Of course, we had that whole thing where they had to cancel their endeavor with Bao. They had this model in the works, and they had to come out of nowhere and basically say, yeah, I gotta cancel this because, well, I have these issues going on and I don't have time for the capacity for it. And again, it serves towards this exclusivity agreement, which, again, let's shift gears back to the original Google Doc. I know it's like all over the place, but that's how we're working through.
I have no idea what this Tyson brand chicken is. I've never seen Tyson brand, but then again, I'm in a different country.
This stuff.
So yeah.
There is a section about exclusivity and blacklisting other creators. And you can see in the messages below, they mention wanting an exclusivity contract, but they didn't want to pay for exclusivity, but rather when a creator from their blacklist comes asking for a commission, they would guarantee me model work for Cinder only, and if anyone asked for my commissions, they commissioned me instead to compensate for not working with other creators. This felt very strange, given that one of the accusations they made was overworking their editor, yet their solution to me working with other creators was for them to essentially overwork me to keep me from working on other projects.
I mean, here's the thing, right? They were talking about exclusivity deal, right? So again, if you're working an exclusivity deal, if they wrote it up properly, you're not supposed to be working with others anyways. Like, that's the reality, right? Exclusivity deal is supposed to keep you away from working on other things, so you work on what you're supposed to be working on. That's why I'm like, with this all around. Sure, you can go send a picture of it, I guess.
And again, yes, the irony is pretty palpable here, but again, referring to some of the stuff down here, the pressure that they're trying to line up over this whole exclusivity thing is crazy. You also see one of our concerns is that more nano babies means nano models don't have the same value anymore. So, in case you don't know what the nano babies things means, it basically means one of the VTuber models she created, that they would be referred to as nano babies, right? Okay. And they're trying to put pressure on nanolists, saying if you keep making more models and you keep working with more people and, you know, making a living for yourself, you're going to make these models less valuable for Cinder, and you're going to hurt her bottom line. You can see the angle they're going.
I get it, and this is why I'm like, if you wanted to do this thing, just get like a formal contract written up, and be like, yeah, we'll hire you as like exclusive thing. Here's all the thing you gotta do, and that's it. Right? Because like technically speaking, if this was like done formally, there would be nothing wrong here. It's just that the way they went about it is why there's a problem. If they went about it in a more formal, like more, like what you would see, like if a corporation was to do it or a business was supposed to do it, you wouldn't have this problem because they wouldn't word it this way. At least they shouldn't do the stuff this way.
Going for right there, but there's also some more redacted sections over here, but Cinder herself would respond to this whole point about the nano babies not having the same value anymore, and she would say this in response to Nanolis saying, hey Cinder, hope you're doing okay. I talked with Red and I believe he talked to you already. I thought it would be best if I just checked here personally. Actually, I wanted to know better your thoughts because Red tried to talk to me and I think I misunderstood things. They ask, what's up? They say, oh, it's mostly this, referring to the diminishing value of these nano babies as they work with more clients. I thought on canceling some models because of it, but then I realized it's not really fair to me. They're starting to realize, wait a second, this isn't very fair. Where Cinder responds by saying, I understand what he means, but at the end of the day, it's just business. That is the quote that people are taking away from this. We've heard other infamous quotes in the VTubing scene that have backfired or presented themselves as very ironic with context, but the whole thing about it's just business at the end of the day is a perfect summation of what's going on here. It's all just business to Cinder, and that's okay, right?
Yeah,
On
again,
its
it's okay.
It's okay
Yep.
to treat this like a business and to try to maximize your opportunities, but when you're
Yep.
already at the top of the VTubing scene and you're privately going around and sabotaging...
Like, again, like, even being at the top, it doesn't matter. Like, the thing is, in Rev's situation, like what he said, like, it doesn't, like, when you're at the top, I still see nothing wrong with it. It's just the way they went about it.
Sabotaging the careers of your own friends.
Like, again, like, I don't think it's, like, I guess you can look at it that way as sabotage, but, again, like, if they formally treated it and hired them, like, as a regular employee, all of this could have been avoided if that was, like, the whole deal.
And other peers, that's crazy. That's absolutely crazy behavior. Now, let's go back to this right here. You're seeing some more redacted names. Don't work with blank ever again. Down here, again, you don't work with these people ever again. And there was also this mention about...
Like, again, like, I think the problem, though, is, like, they were like this, instead of using, like, a more formal, like, catch-all, and wording it, like, in, like, a more legal way. That's, like, the problem here. That's all.
When someone asks for art, this particular individual... Well, we know who this individual is now. It is Silvervale, another person who is very popular.
Because, like, the reality is, it's better to not even name them and just be like, don't work with others. Here's the thing, here's the terms of the deal, whatever. Do this and that, and everything would be fine. Like, that's all they would need to do. And, like, all of that could have been avoided.
In the VTubing scene, and really just content creation in general. And she made her own statement about this because based on context, she figured out a lot of these mentions were about her. But this is an interesting one because she's not friends with Cinder. In fact, a lot of the details we're going to see is a lot of pressure being put on Silvervale by Cinder to form a business relationship or a forced...
Yeah, I mean, nothing wrong with wanting to form a business relationship of some sort. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. I don't see anything wrong with that. That's, like, fine. Like, personally, I think that's fine. It's just, again, like, the way they went about it. That's the problem.
Friendship, really just for financial opportunities, that leaves Silvervale uncomfortable and constantly rejecting Cinder and her ideas regarding those things I just mentioned. But let's begin with the intro from Silvervale, saying her intention is to give herself closure of these events that personally affected her. I debated if I wanted to even say anything after being asked if I wanted my name in the original document censored, as the situation is much bigger than just my personal experience. However, after finding out how wide and extensive the transgressions were, I feel the need to give clarity to my situation and how I was personally affected. I want to note, as others have, that a majority of the messages are from Redacted, Cinder's manager. I find it impossible that he acted solely on his own intentions without Cinder's knowledge or consent, given the extent to which he has represented her publicly and professionally. And she talks about some of these situations involving things we've already talked about, but the big part here is now the reveal that this exclusivity agreement not only targeted Bao and this censored name, but also Silver, and then directly mentions Silvervale down here, saying if Silver ever asks for art, you tell her no, and then we'll buy you another piece of art. Like I said, literally burning their own money just to make sure Silvervale doesn't have an opportunity to work with this artist. Pretty wild stuff. But of course, we look through everything, and it's getting pretty unhinged. So, down here we see Cinder making a claim that we'll see repeated multiple times. So, when Nanolis starts saying that they're sorry for stepping back on this exclusivity deal, that they wanted to apologize personally to Cinder, and that they've talked with Red as well, and they want to be dragged into personal issues and drama and stuff like that, and that they don't want to basically abandon Silvervale as a client, and it's destroying their mentality to do that kind of a deal. Cinder says, I get it, Nano, and it was unfair to push this on you, but it's just really confusing going back and forth about it. I just get compared to her a lot even still today, and it's like I'm always living in someone's shadows, which is one reason why Red asked you about not making any more models for her. So you can see that this comparison to Silverveil is just living rent-free in her mind, and also just speaking casually here, like I don't really get the connection that much, and also I would say Cinder really shouldn't be so threatened by everyone around her. Like I said, she's up at the top. I don't know why she's so hostile to everyone that's even close to her. But of course, this mention of someone kind of ripping off their brand, reminding people too much of themselves or being compared to, is something we've seen before with Yantails here. Okay, someone from the ASMR scene pointing out that a couple years back they were dogpiled by their community, by Cinder's community, because she decided to make a Cuddles with a Lonely Hellhound ASMR audio.
I guess in one way you can look at it this way, but again, like, all I can say is, like, this is just stupid. The whole thing here is all completely fucking stupid. That's all I can say about this drama thing here. I don't know why I was sent so many things on it. Right? Like, no. No. You know? No. And then, like, you have, like, the fucking clowns farming it, too. Because, like, again, like, my reaction to it is, like, this is just stupid. And this is also why I'm like, you know what? I'm not gonna bother. I'm not gonna look at this. I'm not gonna look at this. Like, there's no point in, like, feeding these drama farmers. Because, like, the reality here is this. The TLDR, the red guy is a fucking dumbass. I get it. They want to have exclusive artists, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. The problem is, basically, the guy who's doing the managing work is just really fucking stupid and not setting things up in a more formal way. And, like, avoiding naming others would have gone a long way, right? And then you do that, and then probably get, like, a lawyer to look over and, like, have it set up and drawn up as a proper contract, and then send it to them as, like, an exclusivity deal. If they just did all of that, all of this shit could have been avoided. Like, that's all they had to do to avoid all of it, and that's it. Like, that's it. Like, that's how I see it so far. Right? We're almost done with this video. Right? And that's how I see it so far. Because, like, at some point, yeah, they're basically treating it as a business, which, fair. Nothing wrong with that. Right? If they just went about it in, like, a more formal way, like what actual, like, companies and agencies do, and did it that way, everything could have been avoided. Right? That's all. Right? That's basically how I look at it. Right? Like, all of this wouldn't have been a problem if they just did it the more formal, proper way. That's all. But because, like, all the messages were sent via Discord DMs, and it was done in the most informal way you could possibly do it, it blew out of proportion, and now we have this. That is all I can say about it. Right? If they just had it drawn up and written up as a proper legal contract, and have everything go through that, this wouldn't have happened. And then, of course, you have people, like, cashing in and farming drama out of it. Right? That's basically it. That is basically how I see what's going on. I don't know. Maybe they are, maybe they're not. The reality is, just don't engage with some of those. Right? And, like, again, with, like, Rev, honestly, like, he's not taking a completely neutral standpoint either. You can kind of see he has some biases and stuff like that here from the way he's speaking at times and his tone, and he's saying things in a specific way. Honestly, like, the other thing was, which one was the other video? This one, Giga, I don't know who that is. But honestly, if they were just to talk about it in a more proper way and not try to obfuscate a bunch of it, it makes sense now what she was talking about when you were looking at her video. It's just that she was, like, basically just trying to not mention anything, basically. And again, like, what's going on, technically, there's nothing wrong with it. There's no problem with it at all. It's just the way they went about it is why there's this whole problem here. And of course, again, you have people coming out at every corner trying to farm drama on it. Because that's all they fucking do. Right? That's basically what we have going on here. The whole thing is being drawn out and blown out of proportion. And, like, these guys are not helping, they're just making it worse. It's like, yeah, no wonder that the fucking situation is getting worse. Because they're fucking making it worse. Like, no shit. They're making it worse. Of course it's gonna get worse. They're making it worse. And they're blowing it even further out of proportion. Again, like, there's nothing wrong with the relationship there. I don't see anything wrong with the manager there being the boyfriend of the VTuber. I see nothing wrong with that. There's like nothing wrong. You have lots of like family-run businesses where like you have the owners being like, you know, yeah, like having two adults, you know, you have the owner and their spouse, you know, they have all that stuff. There are a lot of like family-run businesses like that. Maybe like you know, there's like a family restaurant where, you know, let's say the father of the family owns the restaurant, or the mother of the family, and then like the other significant other is doing some other thing, right? You have like businesses like that, you know, like they're all over the place. Nothing wrong with that, right? I don't see a problem with that in this space either. The problem is basically the manager, just not very formal. Probably should have at least tried to do a bit more research, or like try to get like a legal team to draw up a proper contract, get everything set up, just hire a lawyer to do that type of stuff, and then like send the stuff formally that way if they wanted to have exclusivity deal. And that's all they needed to do, and they could have still had that. Just like, again, I see nothing wrong with them wanting to have an exclusive contract worker or whatever. I see nothing wrong with that. It's just the way they went about it is just really stupid. And because of that, people are turning it into drama. Basically, and blowing it all out of proportion. Yeah, they're still not family, I guess so. That said, you know, they're still in some sort of relationship. You can call it what you want. I mean, this happens time and time again, different places, different industry. Again, I see nothing wrong with that. It's just the way they went about it was just stupid. And because the guy was stupid, we have this. And then these guys dogpiling to make it worse. Right? And that's how I see it. And at least this person here, this Giga person, she seems to see it that way too. That's basically all I can say so far. But yeah. And of course, the clickbaiting to farm YouTube algorithm. I mean, this is what happens when you have to deal with the Pepega algorithm to send things across. You have things like this being made to kind of farm and game the system because you unfortunately have no choice to. You have to do this to get views. And that's just the reality. It sucks. You have to farm SEO, you know, the search engine optimization stuff. It sucks. And this is how they do it. Unfortunately. And this is why you see clickbait and all this other shit spammed all over the place. And why you end up with these extremely vague titles that don't really give any actual information. It's like they may hint at some information, but you end up with getting fuck all. Especially after you watch the video. Yeah, that's just the world we live in, man. It's not just YouTube. you look at other platforms as well, this is how you get pushed across. And it sucks. Right? Especially when you're trying to look for, like, actual good information. It is just pain to actually find things. Right? You know how many times I've also, like, looked up stuff like, oh, I need to figure out how to do one specific thing, I need to fix something here or there, and then instead, like, I look it up in English, and then, like, I end up clicking on, like, the first, like, 50 results or whatever is some random Indian dude speaking in their language there that's completely incomprehensible, but the title's in fucking English. You know how many times I've had to, like, see all that shit because of how stupid the fucking algorithm shit is and how people are gaming it? And I just want to, like, find, like, a very specific information or some, like, documentation on something because I'm looking something up. It's really fucking annoying. I hate it. Right? Like, I fucking hate it. I'm like, come on. Learn it in your own language. If you're gonna put stuff in English, at least make your content in English. Don't make it in some random ass language. I fucking hate it. And this is the other part as well. Because we don't have the actual dislike button in full view anymore, we can't, like, actually see people doing that type of stuff and, like, actually at least using it as a flag there either. Because the reality is, with YouTube, they don't care if you like it or dislike the content. Actually, because, like, here's the thing, right? You know there's a saying, right? The opposite of love is not hate, right? Because the reality is, if you love something, you're giving it attention. If you hate something, guess what? You're still giving it attention. And when your entire business model is farming attention so you can sell ads to advertisers, the only thing you care about is impressions and the retention. So, dislike and people hating on something is still good. It's just as good. In some cases, it's even better than likes. That is the world we live in, right? Dislikes are actually more valuable in the current state of YouTube than likes. For better or for worse, dislikes are more valuable, which is kind of crazy, and that's just the reality. Especially because the reality is when most people click on a video, they're not going to interact with it. Yeah, exactly. All engagement is good engagement. Negative or positive, it doesn't matter. So here's the thing, right? If you really don't like something, the best thing you can do, don't dislike it, don't like it. Just don't engage at all. The reality is, if you actually want to hurt something, unfortunately, the only thing you can do is not engage. Because any engagement is positive. Any engagement. Any and all engagement is positive. Dislikes are just as good, and in some cases, even better than likes. That is the world of 2025. The opposite of love is not hate, it's apathy, right? Where you just completely ignore it, completely get rid of it. Right? And that's part of why it's like when I see a lot of those, I'm like, at this point, like, fuck no, I'm not gonna click on them. I'm just like, no. Right? Like, we see it here, nope. Like, again, nope. And then, nope. Like, I'm just not gonna engage at all. Not even gonna click on it. Right? I'm not even gonna bother. Right? But yeah. Because that's the world we live in. And because of that, things also just get taken out of context and blown much further out of proportion than they need to be. And that's just the reality in the world we live in. No engagement, again, better than... like, negative engagement, still better than no engagement. All engagement, good.
Okay, so, in case it wasn't clear already, Cinder has a Hellhound themed VTuber, and people in her community, seeing that someone had the audacity to try to claim...
Yep. And the exact opposite is to just become emotionless. Right? Because the reality is, again, like, loving or hating them, it's just two sides on the same coin, but they're not the opposite. It's still the same thing.
Any sort of ownership of a hellhound concept, even making an ASMR roleplay audio using the concept of a hellhound.
Or, like, I guess, like, another way to look at it is, like, let's say you have a magnet, right? On a magnet, you're going to have a positive, like, a positive charge and a negative charge. Right? What's the, like, here's the thing, right? A negative charge, you're still gonna have a magnetic field. A positive charge, you still have a magnetic field. But if you have no charge, now you don't have any field. Right? I mean, now you have no field. If you have no charge. Right? The opposite of being charged, then, is to have no charge. Right? Having a positive charge or a negative charge doesn't matter because you're already charged. But if you have no charge, right? Then what? Now it don't work. Magnet won't work if there's no charge. The reality is though, like, you're going to always have a positive and negative end on a magnet. Because we haven't figured out a way to make a monopole magnet where you only have either a positive charge or a negative charge. The reality is, even if you cut a magnet in half, you will still have both charges. But yeah. Just like Cake Toad and Mr. Cake, yeah. They become robot with no feeling. Yeah, that's another way to look at it, I guess.
They thought that was ripping off Cinder. And people in the community were saying stuff like, you're cringe, she was getting dogpiled, had to remove a lot of this stuff because of the overwhelming dogpiling. And you can see on tweets like this, liked by Cinder.
Okay.
And also redacted as well. Not too surprising. But this pettiness and this crazy notion that she owns the concept of a hellhound and is supporting people dogpiling on this other creator because she dared to use the concept for an ASMR roleplay is wild.
Okay.
The unbelievable pettiness is crazy and also just reminiscent of a better time when likes were public. Miss those days. It used to be such a good tool. But let's go back to the art or the Google Doc from Silvervale. And this is the most brutal section. If you hung in there for the, oh my god, 25 minutes we've been talking. Okay. This, to me, is the most brutal, hard watch of this entire thing. It's just embarrassing, and again, the greediness is off the charts. So, it's titled Cinder and I. Discovering that all of this was going on behind the scenes has been gut-wrenching. I didn't know Cinder. We weren't friends, and we have barely talked.
Okay.
Even writing this, I do not understand what I could have possibly done to warrant the level of malice and cruelty shown. In our private interactions, I was cordial as possible, but I just wasn't interested in associating with her professionally or being her friend. From the few uncomfortable interactions I did have with her, I had gotten the vibe that her primary goal was to climb the social and content ladder and grow her brand. And she goes on to say, like, okay, if you want to do that, that's fine, but I just don't want to be associated with someone like that at all. Just trying to pretend to be a friend for the purposes of growing their brand.
Okay.
So then we get this screenshot saying the only time I had actually talked to her directly was during my meet and greet at TwitchCon 2023. I just finished my meet and greet, and as I was wrapping up, she walked directly to the screen to meet me and had someone else take a picture of us together. I was not informed of this picture or asked permission for it, and only knew about it once I saw it on Twitter later on. And you can see Cinder cosplaying her own character talking to Silvervale on the meet and greet, the virtual meet and greet.
Okay.
And she captioned it, "Stop by to say hi after my meets. Wolf girls," like trying to imply like they're united and they're in this together, even though this was the first conversation they ever had. It's like a very lame attempt to present this fake friendship or a fake mutual respect here, and to somehow maybe try to gain some of her community as a result. Very strange stuff. And you can see later on there'll be more discussions. I believe this is Silvervale's manager saying, also, Cinder really loved meeting you and wanted to collab, so I told her I'd let you know and I could throw you guys in a group chat if you're interested. And Silvervale would say, hello, I appreciate the sentiment, but I don't prefer collabs. And the manager says, no worries. I hope you're having a good weekend. And Silvervale says, aw, thanks. Still busy with a lot of IRL stuff. Sorry for not being interested in collabs. I just like to do my own thing, but I'm always open to messages, yada, yada, yada. So then after that, Cinder would then reach out directly to Silvervale and have this private DM saying, hi Silver, sorry for getting back to you late. I've been super sick from TwitchCon, yada yada yada. But yeah, no worries if you don't prefer to stream together. My manager suggested something more like sponsorships, merch, music, or some kind of other project together that maybe Mythic could help with if needed. I'd love to chat more either way. And Silvervale responds by saying, no worries, it's been super hectic and busy for everyone. I hope you're feeling better. I'm really flattered by the persistence, but I'm just not interested in transactional relationships with anyone. I hope you can understand.
Okay.
So they saw all the context of these interactions between the managers and then through Cinder herself and said, you're proposing a transactional relationship. Like, every aspect of this, even the interacting here, is just part of a transactional relationship, and I don't want that. Basically, go away. Based? Pretty impressive. I mean, she came up with the phrase Twitter freaks like 2 years ago, but this is up there with that. Pretty base stuff right here. But then we would get more comments from Redacted pretty much on the same subject, talking about how, like, at the end of the day, it isn't about how much we can make compared to her. We just want her to recognize, hey, Cinder's a big VTuber too. She got there on her own merits, just like you did. Get along. And the marketing potential and the money they could make if they teamed up. I love how that's the only part that's in all caps. That is clearly the most important part of this proposed.
I mean, like, again, like, the reality is they were just talking about it in public or whatever, and they were doing it there, or whatever, like, they could have other eyes on it. I think that's, like, their problem here. Because, like, I get it, again, they're looking at it as, like, a business thing. Because the reality is, at the end of the day, yes, there's a person behind the character or whatever. They have the model and all the other stuff, right? But, like, another way to look at it, right? Again, you can structure it to look like you structure it to look like a business or whatever, because that's what they're treating it as. Again, like, I don't see anything wrong with that. From, like, that perspective, it's just the way they went about it and where they put it. That's all.
Relationship between Cinder and Silvervale. It was all about making money, and when they got told no, they're now coping and seething in these messages, and they even went as far as implying that some of Silvervale's various projects, like a spinning figure, was just copycatting Cinder. That they were trying to piggyback on her ideas and basically try to replicate it, and that this was feeding into this narrative that people were allegedly making, that there's some sort of a copycat situation here, that people are associating the two together and it's driving them crazy, and they want Silvervale to recognize Cinder and that they feel there's an unspoken competition. Remember, at this point, Silvervale pretty much doesn't even know who Cinder is, and when there was a proposed set of interactions, they pretty much said, go away, I don't want this transactional relationship. I don't know why Silvervale just, like, completely mind broke these two people, but yeah, the proof is there. And of course, as a result of all of this, it gets pretty unfortunate, because then, through this whole exclusivity issue, Silvervale lost out on a model commission from Nanolus. And that is the whole issue here, because this was something she was looking forward to, and it was taken away from her because Cinder and Redacted didn't want her to have the benefit of working with Nanolus, because
I mean, again, like, they basically want an exclusive contract deal, right? So like, that would happen regardless. The problem here is they mentioned names. If they didn't mention any names and just made it apply to everything, and they were like, okay, here's all we need and here's what we want there, all of it could have been fine.
They knew it was a good career opportunity for her, or at least something special to her community. This whole thing is a complete and utter mess. But anyways, yeah, that's pretty much it. There's still some other important stuff, but I want to keep this somewhat brief, and if we have to do a follow-up, we certainly will. But the reaction to this has been brutal, to say the least. I think the overwhelming majority of people are not happy with Cinder in this situation, and now some of these old thumbnails from their clip channels are not doing great. Cinder ruins her friendships. My friends should have never trusted me. Here's another one. My model artist exposes all my secrets. And then we also see that fans are saying, are you kidding me? I just bought my Cinder body pillow. And then you see on her Discord server, everything is shut down. They've locked everything, and they're trying to spin some damage control here. It's not great. This whole thing is reflected really badly on her. Like I said, you know, it's one thing, you find out someone behind the scenes is not a very nice person, but it takes on a whole nother level when you're privately sabotaging the careers of not just your peers, but also people you claim to be friends with, or people who thought they were friends with you, but in the end, they were just a threat to Cinder's bottom line. But that's going to do it for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts.
But like, yeah, like the reality again. It's like we look it up. What do we see here? Alright, let me get like a nicer list view. I wish I could like change how the thing was organized, but like, you look it up. And like, this is all you see, man. This is why, again, like, I have no respect for these people. And like, you can keep going, and then there's more. Like, there's more, man. And it's just like, god damn it. It's all, like, yeah, it's the fucking Kectone group, man.
Alright, Jack, good morning.
You look at his fucking channel, what do we have here? This was great that he got banned, though. Like, bruh. He deserved that ban. 100% deserved. Yeah. You can talk about how he looks all you want. It is what it is, man. That doesn't matter. It's just the fact that they all just keep doing this shit. I'm just like, nah. Like, no, man. And that's the results you get when you look it up.
Alright, Jack, good morning.
It's fucking pathetic. But like, that's all we see. And it just keeps going and going and going. And going, you know, like, ugh. It's ridiculous. That's why it's like, what's even the point? What is this stupid apology thing? Never mind. Right. And that's all you're like just looking up the channel just to see, okay, what's the background here? But like again, like you got my stance on the whole thing here. You know my stance on it. I'm like, this is stupid, man. Alright, Reinx saw this video yesterday, right? I forgot to close this tab. Oh, what else we got here? Like, we're not gonna watch the Tectone video because we know he's farming it. Oh, we can't watch it on stream though. There's some symbols in there. We cannot watch it on stream. We're not gonna watch it on stream. And like, these are the documents here. There's no point in reading through it, man. I mean, they got the responses, but like, eh? Like, again, it's like, I don't see anything wrong again with them wanting to have, like, exclusivity deals. I see nothing wrong with it. It's just the fucking dude was unprofessional as all hell when they went about it. They were just being very unprofessional about it. And I don't, like, and the other thing too, here's the other problem. Here's the problem. If you start putting this type of stuff out, and you get an audience that will only watch for that type of stuff, you're stuck in a spot where, like, that's all you can do now. Because they don't care about anything else you put out. Right? They're just only gonna be there for that. And that's it. And I'm like, I don't want to deal with this shit. Like, I'm not gonna put, like, my response there. If you guys want to clip it, whatever I said, and upload that thing as your own thing, you can go ahead. But, for me personally, I am not gonna, like, upload and cut this thing up to farm drama. I just do not care for that. It's also just incredibly stupid as a whole. Like, the whole thing is just incredibly stupid. And it's all because the redacted guy was being very unprofessional with wanting an exclusivity contract. That's all. Right? Like, I see nothing wrong with wanting to treat the whole thing as a business and wanting to do all these, like, different setups there. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just the way they went about it is the problem. They weren't being professional. And that's all. And the thing is, like, at the size and the way they were operating, they could have easily hired a lawyer to help them draft all of it up and, like, get the things set up the proper way. And if they did it the proper way, I guarantee none of this would have ever happened. Only chance to make 50 million do the predatory banner, because Azure, Premilia, NT, all the other stuff, I don't know. Who knows what the Crystal of Atlan thing is not a gacha, though. Atlan is not a gacha. Right, Atlan is not a gacha. That's not what it is. Yeah, that's all you can do. And that's the thing, right? When you build your entire brand on it, now you're stuck on that. Like, I'll react to the stuff if you really want to from time to time. There are certain things I will not click on. Because I'm like, I know exactly how the thing is gonna go for a lot of these now. So it's just like, nah. What is this? Entire Patreon library was stolen? Okay, this is misleading and clickbait right here. It wasn't stolen because they didn't steal anything. And if you were to take this to court, you can't get them for theft or stealing. Yeah, Atlan was an MMO. You can't, like, if you were to take this into court and get the other guy involved and pursue legal action, you cannot use the word stolen. In this case, what it would have been is copyright infringement. It's actually a copyright infringement case and not a theft case. Like, if you were to take it legally to that. And there's a good distinction there. But yeah. No, that's normal, man. All his views are under 100k, that's normal. There's nothing wrong with that. The subscription stuff is its own mess. For what he does, he still has a good ratio. That thing isn't the problem. Again, we look up Tectone. Yeah, no, this is fine. Like, here's the thing, right?
Alright, check. Hi,
shit.
Jack. Good
Fuck,
morning.
I did not want to click that one. We don't need to click on any of the videos. You see, like, you look on his average video, right? Like, around 50, 60k views. That's actually really good. Considering his subscriber count, that's actually a really good ratio. Let's say 60k, divide that by 823k. That's, yeah, like 7.2%. 7.2? That's good. That's a good ratio. No, like, that's good. We can, like, look up some other channel. Let's say we look up, like, let's say LMG clips. We have, what? Maybe not this one. Linus Tech Tips, their main channel. Okay, we'll go pick up, let's say this one, right? I mean, this is a way better ratio, but, like, again, you know, this is 1.7. Divide that by 16.3. What's this ratio? This is 10%. Right? We can go pick up a different video. Oh, this video again, this pool cleaner video. That's an even worse ratio. Like, again, if you consider, like, the ratio of views here, right? Like, 1 million to 16 million subscribers. Again, we're in, like, a similar realm here. Like, most of the things here, like, around 1 million views or so. Again, like, divide that by 16. That's even worse ratio than Tectone. And you see the stuff here. Like, I wouldn't say that's being botted. I wouldn't say that. And, like those views, they seem kinda normal. You can suggest any other random YouTube channel and we can do the same game there. Like, it looks within the realm of being normal, at least. Like, this guy here. Motor oil being used to cool down a PC, whatever this. That sounds like something really stupid to do. 1.48 million subscribers here. What's this? Again, his ratio's like this. He has a worse ratio than Tectone. Similar, like, viewership number at times. Sometimes things will fall off. Okay, and they'll, like, double his viewership, but he doesn't have double the subscriber count. Again, like, similar ratio on average.
What's the weirdest feature?
Like, it's normal. You can spread it across. It's like a normal ratio. I mean, occasionally you'll have stuff like that occasionally, okay? I mean, look at my channel here. I have like 2.86k views. But again, we look at the stuff here, and we look at ratio stuff. I mean, it's all over the place, but like, you know... this is just what I typically get. Some of the things are better than others, some are worse. But like, yeah. Not the greatest, but most of my stuff is stream stuff. So we go live tab. Right. This is like, we can do ratio stuff here. So around like 300 views here. If we add in Twitch analytics, that number is gonna go up higher because people can be either on Twitch or YouTube, whichever they prefer. But like, yeah, again, right? Let's say we have 200 views average. 200 versus the 2.86k. Right, so let's just say 2860. Right, we'll just use that. 200 divided by 2860. Yeah, 7%. Again, 7% engagement rate. Right, like that's basically the average here too. Again, like, when you put it into that perspective, it seems normal. Of course, occasionally, sometimes you'll get crazy outliers. Occasionally you'll get outliers. You know, like I have this video where I got like almost 40k views and stuff. Occasionally you'll have the odd outlier here and there, but again, you know, like it seems kind of like normal. Right? It seems kind of normal. But yeah. Yeah, again, like, new game, that's its own other thing, right? People wanted to see stuff on it. Again, like, it happens time and time again, it is what it is. Right? But yeah. Alright, we'll move on to another thing. Right, where we're not gonna look at the Tectone reaction, because the Tectone one is going to be fucking stupid. We all know it's going to be stupid. Hey, we'll go look at this stupid video.
A Russian website has stolen 297 of my exclusive Patreon content posts, and they've probably stolen yours too. So here's a fun little update from the front lines of being an online content creator in 2025.
Okay.
There's a website called kimono.su.
Ah, yes. I've heard of this site. Yep. I know what this is. I've heard of this before. It is what it is.
It's Russian, it's vile, and it currently hosts 297 posts taken directly from my Patreon. That's right, nearly 300 pieces of content, photos, videos, bonus material, behind the scenes stuff, all scraped and dumped without permission and flung into some bizarre free-for-all archive surrounded by low-grade hentai. And now here's where it gets even crazier, because
I mean, there's a lot of these types of like board sites where you can find all sorts of things all over the place. I've used some to get music before that rip game music. But like, it is what it is. Right? It's unfortunate. The only thing they can really try to do is try to take legal action, unfortunately. And that's just the world we live in. But I think the problem here, and here's the problem, and here's where they kind of screwed up here. They mentioned the name of the website. Because here's the problem now. Right? Like, I didn't know what the fuck the website was that they're talking about, but I've heard of, like, this type of action being done. Because there's so many different image boards or whatever boards that contain all sorts of different content. Right? That is taken from other places. I look at stuff all the time for ripping game music, so I know boards for that, right? But like, it's not surprising that they have it for other stuff. But now, basically, the 12K viewers she has and everyone watching the stream right now, they now know a site where they can go get that stuff. Whatever, they can try to search up creators to see if they have stuff there. And that was the mistake. Mentioning the actual site, if they were vague about it, it would be a lot better, because now they're bringing awareness to it. And like, the thing is, a lot of these sites that like do pirated stuff or whatever, if you've ever looked at the things here and there, I've seen it with anime sites and stuff, or again, like music sites and stuff like that. Yeah, it's just first time discovering it, don't mention it. The reality is you shouldn't mention the name of the site, because now you're going to bring more attention to it. And now you might have bad actors that'll be like, oh, I can go look this stuff up if I go to this website. And maybe they'll be able to find something. The reality is you shouldn't mention what the sites are called. You shouldn't mention them at all. You can talk about them and say why you don't like them. But don't openly talk about them in public, because all you're going to do is give them more traffic and more attention. And those sites, they're probably very sketchy. They probably have all sorts of things that'll pop up and give you viruses and shit, or hijack your browser, or try to steal your information if you're not careful. So what I'll say is, if you are curious, be extremely careful. If you're going to attempt to go onto any of those sites, be extremely careful, right? Probably, containerize everything. Isolate everything else. Isolate it from everything from your network to be safe, right? Put it in on separate machines. Set up a VLAN. Do all of those things. You don't do it on Windows. Go and do it on like Linux or something. Just for the extra obscurity here. If you're going to access those types of sites, because again, like, who knows what's on them, and you never know if something unsafe is there that you might grab. And it could go take your data or whatever. Again, like, be careful if you're going to be curious with that stuff. Alright, that's all I will say. But again, like, she shouldn't have mentioned what the site is for the scraper. Because like the reality is like web hosting, all that stuff, especially if like they're scraping a lot of data and like hosting it and putting it public like that, it's not going to be cheap. Servers are not cheap, right? Buying all the shit, making them redundant, backing them up, and having all this stuff set in place, it's not cheap. So, if they want to, like, you know, they gotta find a way to make money somehow. Because there's no way they're doing it for free. They probably have some other monetary incentive or something else behind the whole thing. Especially if it's set up that way, and not like some just torrent aggregator service with like a private tracker feature. If it's one of those, that's a bit different, because then they don't need to deal with that side of the whole thing. But that type of stuff is its own can of worms. But yeah. Yeah, but those who expect something exciting probably will be disappointed. Again, like, this is its own bait here. It wasn't stolen. It was copied over. The thing is, if you actually describe this title for what it actually is, you wouldn't get the crazy clickbait out of it, because the reality is, it was actually copied over and then hosted illegally on some other site. That's if you were to say it for what it actually is. But saying it was stolen and painting it as it being stolen, is gonna give people a different reaction to it by reading the title. Right? That's a nice way to turn into clickbait, by using the word stolen instead of the correct description for what actually happened. And like the reality is, those sites, they're scraping data everywhere, right? They find the thing, they find a page, they scrape it, and then that's it. They go dump their stuff there and call it a day. It's not like they don't have people manually doing the scraping. No, they have a bot doing the scraping. That's how a lot of these things operate. Especially, like, again, like, if any of you have, like, ever read, like, fan-translated, like, manga or stuff, or webcomics, manhwa, whatever, that type of stuff, you know all too well how many, scraping bots exist that will go to various different sites that host it, from the actual people doing the work, and then posting it on their own site that aggregates all the shit that they scraped, and then they shove like a million fucking ads all over the place. And then they like search engine optimize their site to Kingdom Come, so that when you're looking up a series to read or whatever, the first thing that will pop up will probably be their shit, instead of like the actual original source. Like, I see it all the fucking time. I read too many fucking mangas and shit to have not come across those sites time and time again. Yeah, exactly. Just be careful with everything. You don't want to spread around the wrong stuff.
I'm not alone. Countless small creators have been hit, including many I know personally, and I know because I checked. Cosplayers, musicians, video essayists, artists.
Damn, so she's just like looking up shit on the website.
And podcasters, if you've got a Patreon and you make anything worth seeing, chances are you're on there too. So, I remembered...
It's not just Patreon, look, I just saw the thing. Wait.
Thing worth seeing, chances are you're on there.
Right, I saw here, like, we got Discord, they're leaking Discord. God fucking damn. They have Pixiv, they got Discord, I think this is like another, Pixiv competitor, I think. There's, a bunch of others, and then she said Patreon. Cause like, I'm like, oh, what's this? There's like a bullet point listing here.
Too.
Oh, then... They even give instructions for people who want to join the botnet on how to contribute to their fucking thing. God damn. They have like instructions here. There's like, you can search for them here, and then like they talk about this stuff in the import page. They're probably talking about how you can like get their bot, I'm guessing, to do the scraping.
So, I remembered how much I really like money, and discussing this might yield some juicy, digestible content. Therefore, for your entertainment, let's expose the scourge of the 7 cyber seas. I am Lady Decade. If you've not seen me before, hit that subscribe button, as it's time to discuss how those sneaky fucking Russians have made yet another international incursion, but this time directly into our wallets. So, my Patreon...
So, like, here's the thing. Technically, again, they didn't take it directly to the wallet, right? Because here's the reality. It doesn't sound nice, but the reality is the people that are probably, like, using these things, they probably weren't going to pay for it anyways. They probably weren't going to. And now, the problem is now, she just drew attention of her audience to that Russian site, or whoever stumbles across this video. Like, she basically, indirectly, is going to make this situation a lot worse. Because she actually mentioned who they are. By talking about a fucking website on a Russian domain. Right? Well, like, you can go back here. Yeah. Right, like, that's a domain there. .su. And the thing there, yeah. All because she mentioned the thing. If she cut out this part here where she mentions the website and doesn't mention the website, that probably would have been fine, but she shouldn't have mentioned the website itself. Yeah, she gave it free advertisement. And like, that is the Pepega part. Right, again, we're just gonna leave the reaction here, obviously. You know. There's no reason to draw more attention to it.
Backlog has been compromised, and I found out about this all in probably the worst way imaginable, because one of my best friends Googled me and stumbled across a page that made their stomach drop. A Russian website called kimono.su that has scraped nearly 300 of my Patreon posts and dumped them online without a second thought. Welcome to the wonderful world of online piracy in 2025. Yarr!
Yep.
Speaking of pirates, side note, how brilliant is Pirate Yakuza? Easily one of my favourite games that I've played this year.
Oh, Pirate Yakuza got sponsored her. Okay.
And if you haven't tried it yet, you can grab it for 42% off using my discount link below. Or, if turn-based adventures are more your thing, Expedition 33 is sitting at win. Kimono.su is essentially a glorified content scraper dressed up like some community hub, but functioning more like a digital landfill
like,
site.
That's the thing, right? She basically told them where to go. Or, like, I wouldn't have, like, if I was to make this type of video, I would just leave out where the actual place to go is. Because the reality is, if I didn't want my stuff being leaked like that, and shared on, like, one of these scrapers, and let's say it was already shared on there, I wouldn't draw other people's attention to it. I wouldn't draw their attention to it. The reality is, you should, like, if you want to talk about it and complain, fine. Just don't tell people where to go.
Its whole purpose is to steal paywalled content from creators, mostly Patreon, but it scrapes from other sites too, and dumps it online for anyone to browse for free, completely unfiltered. Now, that .su domain, it's not a typo. That's the old country code for the Soviet Union. Yes, the one that hasn't officially existed since the early 90s, except, well, for Transnistria. They still like it and pretend it never ended. .su is still being used today by Russian-based groups who want to run websites completely out of reach of Western law enforcement. You want a site that can host stolen content with no fear of takedowns, no DMCA compliance, and no international cooperation? Just park it in a post-Soviet digital black hole. Simples. And the way it works is both sneaky and depressingly effective. When someone subscribes to a Patreon, they get access through what's called an API token. It's a digital key, basically, that gives them private access to paid posts. Now, some users, whether out of malice, spite or pure entitlement, upload these keys directly to Kimono. Others get hacked, and sometimes it's just a case of people reusing the same password across multiple sites and getting breached without ever realizing. Either way, once Kimono gets a hold of a working token, they do the rest. Bankers. The site isn't curated, it's automated, so as soon as it has access to your page, it starts scraping. All of it. Every post, every image, every scheduled update, even stuff that hasn't gone live yet. Entire backlogs hoovered up and catalogued into neat little folders for people to browse like they're shopping. And what's even crazier is that there's no login, no moderation, no appeals process, no accountability. If you're
like, all she's doing now is basically just advertising everything they're doing. Like, god fucking damn it. Now you're basically telling people they can find a lot more. And then apparently, I guess they organize everything for them too. Like, god damn it, you're not supposed to tell them that. You're not supposed to. If you don't want them, if you don't want more attention being drawn to it. Especially now because you told them what the domain was, now more people are gonna go find it. And they're probably gonna use it. Because now they know it exists. It's so dumb, man.
Content shows up there, it stays there indefinitely. Doesn't matter if you're a gaming YouTuber, a cosplayer, or a podcaster, you don't get asked and you don't even get told. You just wake up one day, find out that your work is being dumped on a server in Russia and there's nothing that you can do about it, apart from feeling baffled and violated. Now let's be absolutely clear, because in this instance, no one is sticking it to the man here. No one's hacking into some Silicon Valley war chest. They're not siphoning off profits from a billion-dollar media conglomerate. What Kimono.su facilitates is something much more cowardly than that. It's taking entire libraries of work wholesale from individuals, from sole traders.
So here's the thing, Tara. You ever heard of offshore companies or people hosting stuff offshore? It happens all the fucking time, where people buy foreign domains and stuff like that and put things offshore. Like, oh yeah, here's something, right? You know, let's say Twitch. The Twitch domain. Twitch.tv. What do you think the .tv domain is? Anyone can get one. Because the reality is .tv is the code, the domain code given for Tuvalu, right? So if you wanted to make a website with a .tv domain, you can buy one. Like you can buy a vanity domain like that, and you could use one if you wanted to. You could make Terra.tv if you wanted to. You can make that a website and use that domain if you bought and registered it. You can, right? Cause like some like countries and stuff like that, or whatever, if they have ownership of a specific domain or not, what some of them will do if they like how the domain is. Like there was drama again like a couple months back with the .io domains and stuff like that, because the reality is, some countries they will just sell domains, that use their thing. But yeah, that's why like it's its own other messy thing. But also, like, let's say, like, again, like, businesses operating outside of their home country, and they'll put up a front. Good example, Hoyoverse. If you've ever installed or, like, bought anything, if you've ever whaled in Genshin, Star Rail, Honkai 3rd, ZZZ, or whatever else from them, Tears of Themis or whatever, you look up your bill, you're going to see it being billed to Cognisphere. You look up what Cognisphere is, and it's an offshore company that Hoyoverse owns, that they have located in Singapore, so that their stuff, when it's being sent and processed through, isn't being treated from China. It's being treated instead from Singapore. Other companies do it with other things all the time. Sometimes they'll just have like the same name of the main company. They'll just add another region to it, and they'll register it as another entity or whatever. Like, you can look at, like, Nintendo, for example, where they have, like, a separate branch, like the Nintendo of Europe, Nintendo of America, or whatever, right? That's registered as another company that they themselves own, but it's, like, set up offshores for that stuff. It makes things easier for legal reasons, accounting reasons, and all sorts of other stuff, right? But, you know, that stuff happens all the time. No, none of this is violating YouTube's policy, though. None of it is. None of this is. Oh shit, I accidentally hit a button. I went further.
Gone live yet.
Okay.
My backlogs hoovered up and catalogued into neat little folders for people to browse like they're shopping. And what's even crazier is that there's no login, no moderation, no appeals process, no accountability. If your content shows up there, it stays there indefinitely. Doesn't matter if you're a gaming YouTuber, a cosplayer, or a podcaster, you don't get asked and you don't even get told. You just wake up one day, find out that your work is being dumped on a server in Russia, and there's nothing that you can do about it, apart from feeling baffled and violated. Now, let's be absolutely clear, because in this instance, no one is sticking it to the man here. No one's hacking into some Silicon Valley war chest. They're not siphoning off profits from a billion-dollar media conglomerate. What Kamino.su facilitates is something much more cowardly than that. It's taking entire libraries of work wholesale from individuals, from sole traders, from many people who are already surviving on the edge of a very precarious industry.
Yeah.
It's people like me, creators working from home studios, juggling content creation with stuff like parenting or side jobs or school runs and endless admin. People who don't have legal teams or marketing departments or PR buffers, just a handful of loyal supporters who keep the lights on through goodwill and trust. So this isn't Spotify, it's not Netflix, there's no boardroom, just regular human beings making art and making videos and stories for an audience that actually cares, and more importantly, for an audience that chose to support them. Because Patreon isn't a streaming service. You don't subscribe for access to some massive back catalogue or get exclusive rights to timed releases. Most of the time, it's about community. It's about backing someone whose work you believe in. The content is just a thank you, a little bit extra to say, I appreciate you. A behind the scenes photo here, an early video there. Sometimes it's rough, sometimes it's personal. It's not mass produced, polished content made for resale. It's intimate, bespoke, and often posted in real time. Which is why, to me at least, this kind of piracy is completely grotesque. When you take something like that and dump it onto a sleazy piracy website, you're not just breaking a paywall, you're undermining a relationship. You're saying that trust doesn't matter, that effort doesn't matter, that the time spent creating something specifically for people who chose to support it was wasted. Kamino.su has draped themselves in a language about archiving and access, as if they're preserving art for posterity, but they're not. They're encouraging you to take what was never meant for you. They're turning private exchanges into public property and pretending it's somehow for the greater good. But there's no Robin Hood in this story, no corporate tyrant getting dethroned, just a bunch of independent creators quietly losing the one place they could speak directly to their audience without fear of being drowned out by algorithms, AI sludge, or faceless content farms. And just when you think it couldn't get more degrading, Kamino.su delivers an extra slap in the face.
What do they do
How,
now?
you ask? Well, their entire website is absolutely drenched in corn. And I'm not talking about a couple of spicy art packs tucked away in a corner.
Yeah, I figured it would have those ads. Of course it has those ads. Alright, I figured it would be ad infested. I'm gonna assume the website is like also full of like other things too, like pop-ups and crazy shit too. I'm just gonna assume that because I feel like that's probably what they would do to like pay for shit.
I mean, it's everywhere. The front page, the side menus, the thumbnails, whole categories of bootlegged adult material shoved next to your posts. Like it's all one big glorious buffet of stolen flesh and fan service. So, now my work, non-sexual, gaming-focused, nostalgia-driven cosplay and video content gets shoved right between 3D smut dumps and anime inflection comics and some other stuff that's
Okay.
brilliant. Really proud moment in my career, that one. Let's be honest, it's incredibly uncomfortable, especially for women, especially in cosplay, and especially when you've gone to great lengths to draw a clear line between what you make and what people assume.
I don't think it matters if they're a woman or not making the content or whatever and they're putting this shit out there. I don't think that matters, right? The thing to be unhappy about, yeah, the fact that it's being done in the first place. But, like, again, you can talk about that subject, just don't mention where to go. Because now you're just gonna bring more attention to it. And, like, that's, like, the thing again. They brought more attention to it. And in this case, again, like, it's not gonna get taken down. Because there's no way in the hell they can take that down. Right? So now you're just gonna get more eyes on that website. And that's kind of where they fucked up.
You. And what?
Yeah, like, the thing is, too, right? You knock down one piracy site, like, 2 more will go in their place as soon as you knock one down. It's a constant game of whack-a-mole, you know, cat and mouse game of whack-a-mole or whatever, right? You knock one down, you'll get more to come back up. They'll just change the domain or change the thing, go to a different place, and bring it back up. They do this all the fucking time. Right, like, they're constantly having this cat and mouse game. But the thing is, like, actually name-dropping them and mentioning them is just gonna give them more attention. And then now people will think, oh, I want to see this or that. Right? And they're like, oh, I remember this, I saw this video that mentioned that this type of site exists. So maybe I should start looking for that. So that way they can get around whatever. Like, the reality is you shouldn't mention where to, like, you shouldn't even mention where to start looking. Because now, once they're aware, they're gonna start from there.
But still, that assumption travels, it leaks out.
Yeah,
People
like
who don't
unlimited
know
ads, yeah.
your work stumble across it in that setting and start making judgments based on that context. And before anyone chimes in with the usual, well, that's just the internet nonsense, let's be very clear. Even NSFW creators hate this site because it doesn't distinguish, it doesn't respect boundaries, and it doesn't reflect anyone's intent. Your work just gets thrown into this grim soup of pirated material with zero curation and zero consent. There's something uniquely violating about that. Not just that my content was taken, but that it was taken into that environment. That I was made to exist somewhere that I
guess
never
so.
chose, next to things that I never consented to, and that people behind the site genuinely couldn't give any less of a fuck.
Again, like,
And what's
the
worse
problem
is
she
that
mentioned
this
where
is
to
about the
go.
very specific problem of Russian-based operators exploiting a deliberately unregulated corner of the internet to screw over the rest of us. Because they can, and because no one's going to stop them. Kimono.su is hosted in Russia, and that's not some coincidence, it's not incidental, it's a part of their business model. Russia has effectively become one of the last remaining safe havens for piracy to take place on a massive industrialized scale, and it's not just this one site, it's a pattern. Torrent hubs, streaming rips, cracked software, you name it. When companies or creators in the West try to file legal action, the site owners ghost them. Emails will go unanswered, DMCA takedowns are ignored, international treaties, laughable. Russia's digital infrastructure doesn't just allow piracy, it welcomes it, especially when the victims are outside of their borders. So, can anything be done about this at all? Well, try taking some legal action against kimono.su and see what happens. You'll hit a brick wall before you even get out of the driveway. Even Patreon can't really do anything. They can issue takedown notices until they're blue in the face, but there will be no enforcement, no cooperation, just a load of silence. It's an operation designed to thrive in a geopolitical loophole. These aren't hackers, they're not activists or whistleblowers fighting for digital freedom, they're just digital rats and opportunists who know they're untouchable, sitting behind the protection of a government that's made it quite clear that it has no interest in playing by the same rules as everyone else. And to be blunt, Russia's refusal to engage with global norms is what allows this entire shady economy to flourish. So it's not just that there's no enforcement, it's that the absence of enforcement is the point. For creators, that means the rules that we operate under, where we carefully respect and to try our best to uphold, jumping through endless hoops to avoid strikes or demonetization, mean absolutely nothing to the people running that site. And so while I'm not going to sit here and generalize about all Russians, I am going to say this. The Russian state has created, whether deliberately or through total apathy, a haven for this sort of behaviour. And creators like me, normal, everyday people just trying to make a living through honest work, are the ones paying the price. We're not up against some faceless algorithm, we're up against a system that was designed from the ground up to protect pirates and not creators. And here's the really fun part, the timing. This entire piracy mess with kimono.su isn't just happening in a vacuum, it's unfolding at the exact same time that AI-generated content farms are absolutely flooding YouTube and the wider internet.
Oh yeah, I guess that's the other thing too, right? They scrape it and stuff like that on that site. The AI content farm go on the internet, they look up a bunch of stuff, they stumble upon that site, and now they got a bunch of new training data. Crazy.
If you're a creator, you already know what I'm talking about. Faceless channels are churning out hundreds of videos a week. Half-baked gaming lore, machine-narrated top 10s, weirdly stitched together commentary featuring synthetic voices. It's not just about making good content. It's become a digital gruel. And the algorithm loves it. Because the platforms we rely on, so YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, etc., 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 aren't set up to promote quality anymore. They reward volume. They reward consistency, quantity, repetition, and reaction videos. And you can spend days scripting, recording, editing, animating, uploading, and promoting a piece that you're really proud of, only to watch it get trampled by the sheer amount of slop the platforms are now covered in. Meanwhile, genuine creators, real people with real ideas, actual production values, and something worth saying are getting buried under a landslide of noise. Visibility is down, CPMs are down, views are throttled unless you're churning out content like a factory. And the audience, half of them can't even tell anymore if what they're watching was made by a person or scraped together by ChatGPT and an editing bot. For the record, the last two paragraphs were indeed written by ChatGPT.
Okay.
So while we're already drowning in AI sludge, constantly tweaking thumbnails, praying for impressions, and playing an increasingly rigged game just to keep our channels afloat, that's when the piracy hits too. That's when someone somewhere in a server block in Russia decides to take the one thing we had left, our direct relationship with our audience, and try to smash it. Because that's what Patreon was supposed to be, a safe space and a buffer and a way for creators to sidestep the algorithmic hellscape and build a small, loyal supporter base that didn't rely on clicks and virality. You support me and I make things for you. No middleman, just a creator and their community. But it appears that even that's no...
that's false, because in this case, Patreon is the middleman.
Longer safe. Even that has been hijacked, and not by machines this time, but by real people with real intent who saw what little we had left and decided to take it away anyway. So now it's not just a battle against the algorithm, it's not just AI flooding every feed and burying real creators, now we have to worry about the Russians too! It's exhausting! But here's the thing, we do keep creating. Despite all this, because there are still people who value our work and people who do notice the difference, and those people are the reason we haven't all just packed it in and let the robots take over. Well, not yet anyway.
Not yet.
Let's be real, I'm not making this video because I think the kind of person who uses kimono.su is suddenly going to grow a conscience and put their trousers back on and delete their bookmarks. Those people were never here to support any of the creators that they're watching. They were never interested in the exchange. They just wanted the content without the commitment. They were never going to pledge anything to anyone, and frankly, I don't expect them to start now. No. This video is here for the people who do care, the ones who do back artists, writers, cosplayers, YouTubers, musicians, the ones who have ever supported someone through Patreon, YouTube memberships, or any other platform that lets creators connect directly with their audiences. It's for the people who believe in that system and maybe didn't realise just how fragile it really is. Because this isn't just some annoying side issue. This is what we're up against now. This is piracy on a mass scale, facilitated by a faceless site that sees no difference between heartfelt content and a spreadsheet. It doesn't care about the people who made it, it doesn't care about the people it was made for, it just scrapes, uploads, and buries effort stripped of context, intimacy dumped onto a sleazy archive site like a museum of things that no one paid for. And that's the part that stings a bit. Because none of this Patreon content was ever meant to be a part of a production line, it wasn't polished and wasn't packaged for retail. It was never some premium subscription experience or pay-to-win upgrade. It was personal, handcrafted, and a thank you to people who genuinely chose to support the work that we do. And now it's being treated like smuggled contraband, catalogued by thieves and downloaded by freeloaders. And all of this is happening on top of everything else that's already made this the hardest time to be a creator in recent memory. And I'm not going to sit here moaning about this forever. This isn't a sob story. This is just the reality of being a creator in 2025. It can be bleak, it can be exhausting, and now, thanks to sites like kimono.su, it's also invasive in even more ways than it used to be. But I will say this, if there's a creator out there whose work you genuinely value, whether that's me or someone else entirely, and you've got the means to support them in the proper way, then do it. Not out of pity, not because they're on the verge of collapse, but because you want to see that kind of content to continue to exist in a world that's becoming increasingly hostile to anything handmade, thoughtful, or original. That support, no matter how small, doesn't just fund another post or unlock another tier. It's a signal. It says, this matters, I care that a real person made
piracy has been around since forever.
And right now, that kind of backing is the only thing standing between creators and total erasure, whether from algorithms, AI, or international piracy rings scraping our work into oblivion. And as for kimono.su, it's a dump. A digital landfill dressed up in a faux community language.
Yeah, thanks for the follow as well, Dead Gamer.
A graveyard of stolen efforts, stripped of content.
Again, like, why'd she have to mention where people should go to find it again? That's that's the mistake here. Just don't mention the website URL. Now people know where to go.
Meaning or value. And the people that use it...
I don't have song request stuff set up. No.
They can keep telling themselves they're archiving
because,
or preserving
copyright
or whatever
reasons.
other Reddit...
Especially because, this stuff gets sent to YouTube as well.
Tier nonsense helps them to sleep
Both
at night.
ways.
But deep down, they know what they're doing. And it says more about them, their entitlement, their laziness, their complete disregard for human effort than it ever will about the people they're pirating. If that makes you want to support someone properly, great. If not, at least you now know what's going on and who's helping ruin the internet for the rest of us.
Alright, but yeah, that's with that one. Do we do one more? Because, we've been live for, 4.5 hours. I need to get some sleep soon, and then, fuck, I have to, freaking go and vote tomorrow, man. Because, yeah. Yeah, I don't have song requests set up. That doesn't work. The music I play in the background is from something else. That's not gonna work. Yeah, it would and it's a pain because then I have to manually deal with erasing it after the fact. That's why I'm careful with that stuff. It's a pain. But yeah, at least we went through some more of this stuff. We'll probably look at the... Did we see the live service thing? No, we didn't see that one. We'll probably look at that another time, I think. Or maybe we did. No, we didn't. Yeah, that was sent at 4 p.m. Yeah, so there's that thing still to look at. maybe this thing, the Oblivion remaster, I guess. There's some of the stuff here. Well, we're done looking at the whole, Cinder thingy. The whole thing was stupid. Just cause, like, the guy was not being professional about how they were doing the thing. Everything got blown out of proportion. Cause they just didn't do it the right way. It's like, yeah, exclusivity deal, that's the thing. Happens everywhere all the time. Nothing wrong with that, just the way they went about it. Not the nicest way to go about it, but it is what it is. And now I'm probably gonna get more of this shit in my YouTube feed, I guess. I guess now. And then you have other people farming it too. As we can see there. Right, that's not Shy Lily doing the thing there. This is someone else farming it from the clip they taken from there. It is what it is. But yeah. As usual though, guys. Thank you all for stopping by. I need to get some sleep, man. I have to get up early tomorrow. It's already like 4:30 in the morning, almost. Like, yeah, now we're gonna get, like, VTuber drama in my feed, I guess. Like, that shit wasn't there before, but now I guess we're gonna get that for a while. Until I stop clicking it and the YouTube stops putting it in there. But here we are, right? This is what you guys did to my YouTube recommendation feed. Right, it is what it is. Yeah, the cat videos and stuff are gone. The food videos gone too, man. The food videos, when I was getting those, were nice. Looking at people eating stuff from all over the world. That was cool. Now they're gone. Now I don't get the food videos here anymore. That's unfortunate, but yeah. Like, again, as I said earlier though, thank you guys all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time. I'm gonna go get some sleep. But yeah. I'll see you guys. See ya.